Thank you so much.
கலக்குறீங்க நம்ம தான் புஷ்டி போட்டாங்க இங்கே.
आप सभी को निवेदन है कि कृपया बैठ जाएं, तुरंत जल्द ही हमारी प्रोग्राम शुरू होने वाली है। I request everyone to get seated. The program is going to start soon. जो लोग अभी शिवाला ऑडिटोरियम के अंदर आ रहे हैं, कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें, कृपया बैठ जाएं। जल्दी प्रोग्राम शुरू होने वाली है। इनॉग्रेशन प्रोग्राम जल्दी शुरू हो रही है। कृपया सब बैठ जाइए।
Dear friends, it seems some of us are still having their breakfast. Kindly complete it and you come fast to this Shivalaya auditorium. We seek each and every one of your cooperation. We will be starting at 10 as it has already been planned. It is in your hands and our hands so that we all shall join together and make this conference a grand success. It seems one of our delegate is yet to get a small blue medical kit. If any one of you happen to come across that, kindly hand it over to any one of the representatives here on the stage.
Yeah, the second.
request every one of you to please get seated. सबको अनुरोध है कृपया बैठ जाएं. जैसे ही हम देख पा रहे हैं सब बहुत जन खड़े हैं. All we can see many of them are standing. Please sit. Please maintain discipline so that we can start with the function at the earliest. सभी को निवेदन है कि कृपया बैठ जाएं. बहुत जन खड़े हैं. आप जैसे ही यहाँ पे बैठ जाएंगे हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्द से जल्द इनॉग्रेशन प्रोग्राम शुरू की जाएगी. कृपया सबसे निवेदन है कि आप बैठ जाएं, अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. जो लोग गेट के पास हैं, ऑडिटोरियम के अंदर आ रहे हैं, सभी को निवेदन है कि कृपया बैठ जाएं. I request everyone, all members coming inside to please get seated. I request all the volunteers to please guide the delegates and get them seated. All volunteers, volunteer announcement. All volunteers are requested to guide the delegates to get seated.
Dear friends, it seems some of us are still having breakfast. This is the third time I'm informing and inviting you to this auditorium. Kindly make it fast like that. We have installed some stalls also. You can always do your shopping later. Kindly make it fast. We welcome you all to this Shivalaya auditorium so that we can start the program as planned. Dear volunteers, we seek your cooperation. Kindly inform our guests who are outside this auditorium. Please inform them so that they could come to this auditorium and take their seats fast. Volunteers, this announcement is for you. Please inform our guests who are in that ground, who are having their breakfast, who are just standing outside this auditorium. Please invite them to take their seats in this Shivalaya. Volunteers, this announcement is for you. As we are about to start the program, kindly see that you inform all our guests who have come for this conference so that they come inside the Shivalaya auditorium and they take their seats.
ऑडिटोरियम में रहे सारे देवी और सज्जनों को ये रिक्वेस्ट किया जाता है कि जो लोग खड़े हैं कृपया बैठ जाएं। जल्द से जल्द आप लोग अपना कुर्सी ग्रहण करेंगे तो हम लोग प्रोग्राम शुरू कर सकते हैं। ऑल आर रिक्वेस्टेड टू बी सीटेड। वॉलंटियर्स प्लीज लुक इनटू इट दैट ऑल आर गेटिंग सीटेड। One of our delegates have lost a blue color medical bag. If anyone gets it, kindly hand over to the committee members. आप सभी से निवेदन है कि एक ब्लू कलर की मेडिकल बैग खो गई है। किसी को मिले तो कृपया रजिस्ट्रेशन डेस्क या कमिटी मेंबर्स को आप प्लीज रिटर्न कर दीजिए।
Yep. Everybody, we welcome those who have recently joined us. All the guests are very much in the campus. We'll be starting exactly this conference exactly at 10:30. We seek each and every one of your cooperation. Kindly make it fast, please. Come and take your seats in this Shivalaya auditorium. Our volunteers there outside. In case you are not able to identify the place, you can contact any one of them. They will show you. The Shivalaya auditorium is adjacent to Vinayaka temple, just to tell you the landmark. Volunteers, please direct all our guests inside the Shivalaya auditorium. Soon we'll be starting this function.
Volunteers at the back side, please make them get seated.
Volunteers, this announcement is for you. We have come to know that some of our delegates are still waiting outside this Shivalaya. Please inform them that the program is about to start. Please ask them to take their seats. Please tell them that they are most welcome inside Shivalaya, and soon we'll be starting this program as informed already. Kindly cooperate. Inform them to take their seats in this Shivalaya auditorium.
देवी और सज्जनों, सभी को ये सूचित किया जाता है कि हमारे सारे चीफ गेस्ट कॉलेज पहुंच चुके हैं, यूनिवर्सिटी पहुंच चुके हैं। बहुत ही जल्द हम इनॉग्रेशन प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत करने वाले हैं। आप सभी को निवेदन है कि आप लोग बैठ जाएं। अगर कोई फूड कोर्ट में है तो आप लोग उन्हें बुला लीजिए। जब तक ऑडिटोरियम में सभी बैठ नहीं जाते, हम लोग प्रोग्राम शुरू नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। इसीलिए सारे देवी और सज्जनों को ये निवेदन है कि कृपया आप लोग जल्द ही जल्द स्थान ग्रहण करें। कोई फूड कोर्ट में है तो उनको बुला के आप लोग बैठ जाएं।
Check.
Check. Check.
An announcement, all the guests have come, they are very much in the campus. Soon we'll be starting. This is the announcement for the volunteers. Kindly make way so that the guests could come inside seamlessly without any disturbance. Soon we'll be starting this function. We have come to know that some of the delegates are still waiting outside. You can come inside and occupy your seats. Thank you. Volunteers kindly guide the delegates to take their seats. As we are about to start this conference, we need that pathway to be clean so that dignitaries can enter into this hall without any disturbance. After all, it's our function. So kindly ask them to take their seats. Let the pathway in between be free. We seek each and every one of your cooperation. Thank you.
देवी और सज्जनों, फिर से एक बार आप सभी को विस्टास के तरफ से प्यार भरा नमस्कार। हम आपको ये सूचना देना चाहेंगे कि हमारे कॉलेज में अभी प्रोफेसर एडीएन वाजपेयी सर, डॉक्टर कौशिक बासु सर, डॉक्टर रंगराजन सर, प्रोफेसर एस महेंद्र देव सर ऑलरेडी पहुंच चुके हैं। जल्द ही हम कार्यक्रम शुरू करने वाले हैं। आप लोग कृपया 10-15 मिनट और वेट कर लें।
Institutions. This historic conference stands as a testimonial to more than a century of rigorous economic thoughts, policy dialogues, and national building discourse. To commend this occasion, let us invoke the spirit of unity and cultural pride. I respectfully invite all to stand for the national anthem followed by Tamil Thai Vazhthu.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जाहे तब शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तब जय दादा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे वंदे मातरम நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த எழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமுதில் தெக்கணமும் அது சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தளித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. Dear delegates, it is now my privilege to introduce a towering figure in the world of education, an educationalist, visionary leader, philanthropist, and institutional builder whose life story is nothing short of inspiration. At the age of 22, Dr. Aisari K. Ganesh began his journey by establishing institution in memory of his illustrious father, Aisari Velan. By the age of 42, he has become the youngest founder chancellor of the deemed university in India. Youngest founder chancellor of the deemed university in India, and that reflects his extraordinary vision and determination. From those beginnings, he has built an empire of learning, 54 institutions across 34 campuses, nurturing over 51,000 students, moreover 8,000 plus faculty members in a span of 33 years. His institution extends not only across Tamil Nadu, but also Singapore, Dubai, and United Kingdom, making the impact globally. Today, the founder chancellor of Wales Institute of Science, Technology, and Advanced Studies, and the chairman of the Wales Group of Institution, Dr. Aisari Ganesh, presides over the vibrant academic community that combines academic excellence with holistic development, empowering youth to become innovators, leaders, and very, very importantly, responsible citizens. Beyond education, Dr. Aisiri Ganesh is also a global entrepreneur, cultural patron, environmentalist, philanthropist whose contribution extends in all spheres across, from cinemas, heritage, and social services. He holds distinguished position in the world of sports as well, serving as the president of Tamil Nadu Olympics Association and vice president of Taekwondo Federation of India. His journey from establishing a small college of pharmacy with just 36 students to leading a world-class university is a testimonial for his spirit, perseverance, and commitment towards national building. Dear delegates, it is our wish to great honor. We now invite Professor Dr. Aisiri Ganesh, sir, Founder Chancellor, VISTAS, and the Chief Patron of the Indian Economic Association to deliver the welcome address. Sir, please.
Hundred and 108th Annual Conference of the Indian Economic Association. Respected Chair and distinguished guests on the dais, Thiru C.V. Ganeshan, Honorable Minister for Labour Welfare and Skill Development, Government of Tamil Nadu, Professor S. Magendra Dev, Dr. Koshik Basu, Dr. G. Vishwanathan, Dr. A. Jodi Murugan, Dr. Professor Shanmuga Sundaram, who is 100 years now. He is here to and office bearers of the Indian Economic Association, eminent economists, academicians, and policy makers, young scholars, delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Karunanidhi, our constituency MLA, is also here. Thank you very much, sir. A very good morning, one and all, to you. On behalf of the faculty and the academic fraternity of Wales Institute of Science, Technology and Advanced Studies, VISTAS, it is my privilege to extend a warm and cordial welcome to all of you to the 10th Annual Conference of the Indian Economic Association, one of the most respected and enduring academic forums in the field of economics in India. We are truly honored to host this historic conference at VISTAS after nearly 5 decades. Your presence today makes this occasion both memorable and meaningful. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, welcome to Chennai, welcome to VISTAS. This conference has been organized with a strong commitment to academic rigor, intellectual depth, and organizational excellence. The plenary sessions, panel discussions, and technical paper presentations are centered on a timely and significant theme. Indian economy, navigating domestic realities and global shifts. I am confident that the deliberations over the coming days will generate valuable insights and contribute meaningful to economic research and policy discourse. I gratefully acknowledge the messages and good wishes received from Thiru C.P. Radhakrishnan, Honorable Vice President of India, and Thiru Dharmendra Pradhan, Honorable Union Minister for Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, for the conference souvenir. I also thank the Honorable Ministers of the Government of Tamil Nadu for their encouragement and support. I extend a special welcome to Thiru C.V. Ganesan, Honorable Minister for Labour, Welfare and Skill Development, Government of Tamil Nadu, for kindly accepting our invitation and addressing this gathering. He is widely respected for his simplicity, commitment to social justice, and effective administration. His leadership has contributed significantly to industrial harmony and workforce empowerment in the state. Since its inception in 1917, the Indian Economy Association has played a pivotal role in shaping economic thought and policy in India. For over a century, it has provided a vibrant platform for dialogue among economists, planners, and policy makers. The 108th edition of this conference reflects that enduring legacy of excellence and relevance. This conference is being held at a crucial juncture when the Indian economy is undergoing significant structural transformation, rapid technological change, digitalization, climate changes, demographic shifts, and evolving global dynamics present both opportunities and policy changes. In this context, the role of economists is more important than ever, not only as analysts but as thoughts leaders guiding inclusive and evidence-based development. I am pleased to note that this conference has drawn participation from over 350 institutions and more than 1,200 delegates, reflecting the vibrancy of the economics discipline. I extend a special welcome to our young researchers and scholars who represent the future of economic thinking and nation building. I congratulate Professor A. Jyoti Murugan, Conference President, and his dedicated team, and I place on record my appreciation for the efforts of the IEA office bearers, organizing committee, faculty members, volunteers, and staff. Once again, I warmly welcome all the delegates and guests, and I wish the 108th Annual Conference of the Economic Association every success. May the deliberation be insightful, enriching, and impactful. Thanking you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. C. Rangarajan, sir, is also here. I've come all the way. I have to welcome you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. Association. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much for your warm words, sir. It's truly a delighted one. The stage we are seeing is something historic in the event. We can see educationalist, the current chairman of the Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council, two former chairmen of the Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council, state minister, educationalist, founder chancellors, and a senior most person celebrating its 100th year, Dr. Vedagiri Shanmugh Sundaram. It's delighted to see such a beautiful stage. Now we move on to this lighting of this auspicious lamp. I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to please come towards this lighting this auspicious lamp.
Saraswati Sharada Mai Saraswati Sharada Mai Vidyadahi Dayani Dukhaharani Jagata Janani Jwalamukhi Mai Saraswati Sharada Mai विद्यादायि दयानि दुःखहरणि जगदजननि ज्वालामुखी मायि सरस्वती शारदा मायि सरस्वती शारदा मायि कीजिए कृपा दृष्टि सेवकवर अपनी नारायणी श्वेत कीजिए कृपा दृष्टि सेवकवर अपनी नारायणी श्वेत श्वेत वचनी कमलासनी श्वेत श्वेतश्विनी हर पार्वती मायि सरस्वती शारदा मायि विद्यादायि दयानि दुःखहरणि जगदजननि ज्वालामुखी मायि सरस्वती शारदा मायि सरस्वती शारदा मायि.
Thank you everyone. Now it's the time for honoring the chief guest by the IEA. I request Dr. Aishwari K. Ganesh, founder and Chancellor VISTAS, for honoring Professor S. Mahendra Dev, Chairman, Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council, New Delhi, former President, IEA. Now I request Aishwari K. Ganesh sir to honor Thiru C. Ganeshan sir, Honorable Minister for Labour, Welfare and Skill Development, Government of Tamil Nadu. Now I request our founder Chancellor VISTAS to honor Dr. C. Ranganajan, former Chairman, Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council, New Delhi, former President, IEA. Now I request Chancellor Sir to honor Dr. Koshik Basu, Professor, Cornell University, USA, former World Bank Chief Economist and former Chairman, Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council, New Delhi.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Jyoti Murugan sir to felicitate Dr. G. Viswanathan sir, Patron, Indian Economic Association, Chancellor, Vellore Institute of Technology. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Jyoti Murugan, sir, to honor Professor A.D.N. Bajpai, Association President, Indian Economic Association, Vice Chancellor, Atal Bihari Vajpayee Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur. Thank you, sir. I request Professor A.D.N. Bajpai, sir, to honor the Conference President, Professor A. Jyoti Murugan, sir, Pro-Chancellor, VISTAS. I now request Professor A.D.N. Bajpai, sir, to felicitate Dr. Aisari K. Ganesh, Founder Chancellor Vistas and Chief Patron 108th Annual Conference of the Indian Economic Association. I now invite Dr. Anil Kumar Thakur, Chief Convener, Indian Economic Association, will be felicitated by Dr. Jyoti Murugan, sir. Please, Dr. Anil Kumar Thakur, sir, please come. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Aisari Ganeshan, sir, Founder Chancellor, to honor Professor Dr. Vedagiri Shanmuga Sundaram, sir, former Vice Chancellor, Manomaniyam Sundarnar University, Emeritus Professor, Oxford University, former President, Indian Economic Association. I request all the members to give a standing ovation to Professor Dr. Vedagiri Shanmuga Sundaram, who is celebrating its 100th year. It's a blessing to see him. We say meeting Professor Shanmuga Sundaram is a blessing for us to witness him. So we are enjoying the moment. I request all the delegates to give a huge round of applause to Professor Dr. Vedagiri Shanmuga Sundaram. I now request the chairman, Dr. Aisari Ganesh, sir, to honor our MLA, Thiru Karunanidhi, sir. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. B.P. Chandramohan, sir, to honor the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sasi Prabha, ma'am. I request the local organizing secretary, Thiru Dr. B.P. Chandramohan, to honor Dr. Sasi Prabha, ma'am. Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Sasi Prabha ma'am will felicitate Professor Ravindra Kare Brambe. I request Ravindra Brahme sir to honor the Executive President Dr. Devendra Avasthi sir. I now request Dr. Professor Ravindra Brahme to honor the local organizing secretary, Dr. B.P. Chandramohan sir. Organizing secretary, 108th Annual Conference. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Professor A.D.N. Bajpai, Association President, Vice Chancellor, to share the illustrious legacy and relevance of the Indian Economic Association. Sir, please.
Vanakkam. Welcome to this 108th Annual Conference of Indian Economic Association, the great Indian Economic Association, retaining, maintaining, sustaining the great legacy of Indian Economic Association. I, on behalf of Indian Economic Association, express, register and acknowledge my gratitude to you, sir, Professor Mahendra Devji. We are associated with each other for a long time as such. The chairman of Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, Professor C. Rangarajan and Professor Sangmoga Sundaram. I was talking to Professor Koshik Basu. We are fortunate enough, we are just fortunate to see the faces of C. Rangarajan and Sangmoga Sundaram. We are just in tears to see you, sir. When I first time visited to Lisbon to represent Indian Economic Association at this International Economic Association Conference, you hosted me at London, you attended me at London and took me to Oxford University as a person. Professor Koshik Basu, a great man, great economist, whose books we have been, reading and taking, lessons from Koshik Basu and Sukhmay Chakravarti, two persons from Delhi School of Economics, have, shaped the face of economics as a whole. Professor G. Vishwanathan, in 2001, you hosted our, Indian Economic Association Conference when I was the Secretary, Honorary Secretary and Treasurer of Indian Economic Association. With all good help of Anil Thakur, he made me Secretary General of Indian Economic Association. And first conference under my secretary was hosted by you, sir, G. Vishwanathan ji. I am thankful to Professor Jyoti Murugan, Professor B.P. Chandramohan, for organizing such a gigantic magnitude to see Indian Economic Association's today's conference. Madam Sasi Prabha, thank you very much. And our colleagues, Professor Devendra Avasthi ji and R.K. Brahme, who are taking a lot of pains to organize this conference. No words of thanks to Mr. Narayanan. I don't know when do you sleep. Working 24/7 for the work of Indian Economic Association. My all gratitude and blessings to you. And we are all grateful to Professor Anil Thakur as well, the main economic advisor to organize all these conferences. No words of thanks are sufficient. Out of these 108 years, at least 25 years, you have devoted of your life to see this Indian Economic Association prospering like this. I think most of us know about the legacy of Indian Economic Association since 1917. But for I think 1 or 2 years, I remember when V.R. Panchmukhi was the president, then Mrs. Gandhi died during this October 1984. Then only we shifted our conference somewhere is after December. Otherwise, last week of December, we have been reserving for the conference of Indian Economic Association. This Indian Economic Association has witnessed many upsurges and up downs, not only in economies, but also societies, polities, everything. But Indian Economic Association had withstood the all pressures, all cyclical changes. Many cycles we have seen. Indian Economic Association has witnessed a great depression of 1930s, First and Second World War also, partition of India and Pakistan, then making of Bangladesh, and many other things. This is the Indian Economic Association which has provided not only the practicalities of economies, but also academic theories to the economic world. This is the Indian Economic Association which has given the economists like Professor P.R. Brahmananda, C.N. Vakil, D.R. Guardian, D.R. Lakdawala, and many others. All the governors of RBI have been the presidents of Indian economies, including Sir C. Rangarajan, sir. C. Rangarajan was the chief guest of Vellore Conference when he was, I think, governor of Andhra Pradesh, former governor of RBI, I still remember. C. Rangarajan is a great economist, and his wife, Madam Rangarajan, is no more with us. She was a great scholar of Sanskrit. भगवान बराह पर उन्होंने काम किया था. I invited her to see Jabalpur in one of the conferences. I used to listen to her. So friends, whether he is I.G. Patel or Lakdawala or Professor Manmohan Singh, they have been, the main architects of the modern economics. And they all have been the governors of RBI. They all have been the presidents of Indian Economic Association. This Indian Economic Association has got the president like Professor J.K. Mehta. J.K. Mehta didn't go to present his presidential address at Bombay, but he sent that presidential address by post, and that was read at the Bombay conference. And J.K. Mehta, for the Indian economics or India's economics, Indian economic theory, Professor J.K. Mehta is a landmark. I think in Bombay conference, we had a full theme on J.K. Mehta's economics. So friends, this is our responsibility, especially the responsibility of the younger generation. Just how we can just maintain, not only maintain, but also improve the quality of the economics and economic theories and economic practicals with the help of this Indian Economic Association. This Indian Economic Association has presented a platform, given platform to so many young persons like me. I too, I am also 69 plus. But I feel quite young when I see Professor Koshik Basu, C. Rangarajan, and see Professor Sundaram. They make me quite young and energetic. Baba, abhi aap bade nahi hu, abhi aur kaam karna hai. Anyhow, friends, to organize a conference of this magnitude is a very difficult task. I have been attending conferences of Indian Economic Association since 1979. Professor Sundaram, my first paper as a researcher of economics, I presented at a Gwalior conference in Madhya Pradesh, and you were the president of Indian Economic Association. And Professor P.D. Hajela, my teacher, he was professor and head in my economics department. He came. Professor P.D. Hajela, Professor Manocha, Professor V.D. Nagar, all one. And he appreciated my first presentation of research paper at Gwalior conference, Professor Sundaram. I owe a lot to you, sir. So, this association gives a platform to younger minds to come, to interact, to intercourse with each other. Get your ideas sharpened. Discuss the issues with Professor Koshik Basu, Professor Mahendra Dev, Professor Rangarajan, Professor Shanmugha Sundaram, many other economists who have gathered over here, and get your ideas fixed on a particular theme like that. Then only you can also. This platform provides to see the role models. If I want to become an economist, I should be economist like a Brahmananda. I should be economics like you see Gadigal or you see C.N. Vakil, whose models we used to read in the books. Vakil, Brahmananda, you see the Wedgwood's model, whom we are talking with during the conferences. So, friends, I don't know whether I deserve, but I never desire to become the conference president, the association president of Indian Economic Association. This all greatness of you people, especially Anil Thakur and many others, who must have seen something in me to see that here is a person who can serve Indian Economic Association in comparatively better manner. That's why I was given this opportunity. I thank you very much to all of you. I thank all my seniors over here. I thank Mr. Ishwari K. Ganesh, the Chancellor of this institute, for having hosted this 108th conference this year. And I expect, especially my younger generation, to keep on blessing the conference, to keep on attending the conference, to keep on presenting the papers, to keep on, publishing the papers in the Indian Economic Journal, like this only, so that our Indian Economic Association grows exponentially. Thank you very much and wish you a happy New Year. Vande Mataram, Vanakkam.
So, sir, thank you, Professor Adrian Vajpayee, sir, for your kind words, reflecting the history, a glorious history of the Indian Economic Association. This is a special moment where all the delegates have been eagerly waiting. We have given a 3 months time for the paper writers to submit the paper. We were received 1,400 plus articles, 1,400 plus articles across 400 plus institutions. Nearly 1,500 plus delegates has been attending this from nook and corner of all parts of India. This is one of the legacy where we can see all this 1,500 plus delegates across the states assembling here for this 108th annual conference. The special issue of the Indian Economic Journal will be released by the chief guest, Dr. Magendra Dev sir, and the minister, and requesting all the dignitaries to get the first copy. I now request Dr. Anil Kumar Thakur sir, please come on to the dais for getting the first copy. Release of the conference special issues. Requesting all the dignitaries on the dais to please kindly join for the release of the 108th annual conference special volume. I request the chief guest to release. I request Dr. Anil Kumar Thakur to receive the first copy, requesting all the dignitaries to have a copy of the Indian Economic Journal. It's a special moment releasing the Indian Economic Association special issue. I request the dignitaries. I now request the chief guest, Dr. Magendra Dev, to release the souvenir and the first copy. And the first copy will be received by Dr. Ishwari K. Ganesh. Yeah, it's time to release the souvenir. I now request again Dr. Magendra Dev sir to release the copy, and the first copy will be received by Dr. Ishwari K. Ganesh, Founder Chancellor, Wales Institutions. one more in the line, I now request. Every year, the Indian Economic Association, along with the National Stock Exchange, will give the best thesis in the field of financial economics. This year, the NSE Best Thesis Award for the PhD thesis in financial economics with special reference to capital market was awarded to Dr. Naina Dugal, Assistant Professor, School of Law, Bennett University, for her dissertation on mandatory. I now request Dr. Naina Dugal. Requesting Dr. Naina Dugal. This year we have received more than 10 theses. The jury consisting of Dr. Kannaya Aguja sir, Dr. S.S. Somra has reviewed all the theses and the report has been submitted, and the committee has unanimously selected Dr. Naina Dugal for her wonderful thesis on mandatory corporate social responsibility in India. The NSE proud to felicitate with a certificate and a cash prize of rupees 50,000. Cash prize of rupees 50,000 rupees. Congratulations, Dr. Naina Dugal. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, it's our proud privilege to welcome Thiru C.V. Ganesan, sir, Honorable Minister for Labour Welfare and Skill Development, Government of Tamil Nadu, as participating at the 108th Annual Conference of the Indian Economic Association. Thiru C.V. Ganesan has been at the forefront of advancing labor welfare and skill development initiatives in the state of Tamil Nadu. His leadership is focused on empowering workers, enhancing workforce safety, and expanding opportunities for youth through skill building programs. Tamil Nadu itself has made remarkable strides in labor welfare and skill development. A huge round of applause for Honorable Minister. We are deeply honored by the presence of Thiru Ganesan sir. His vision and dedication to the field of labor welfare and skill development will inspire our deliberations and add immense value to this historic 108th Annual Conference of the Indian Economic Association. Now we request sir to kindly give your address, sir. Sir, please.
மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய முதலமைச்சர், வணக்கத்திற்குரிய அண்ணன் தளபதி அவர்களுடைய உத்தரவிற்கிணங்க மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய துணை முதலமைச்சர் அண்ணன் உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவருடைய வழிகாட்டியதன் அடிப்படையில் இந்த மாபெரும் மாநாட்டில் கலந்து கொள்வதில் நான் மட்டற்ற மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை மிக சிறப்பாக ஏற்பாடு செய்து நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற வேல்ஸ் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய வேந்தர், பாசத்திற்குரிய அருமை சகோதரர் ஐசரி கணேசன் அவர்களே, நிகழ்ச்சியிலே கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற தலைவர் ப்ரொஃபஸர் ஏபிஎன் பாஜ் அவர்களே, மரியாதைக்குரிய அன்பு சகோதரர் சந்திரமோகன் அவர்களே, அன்பிற்கினிய ரங்கராஜன் முன்னாள் கவர்னர் அவர்களே, பேராசிரியர் கௌஷிக் பாசு அவர்களே, விஐடி பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய வேந்தர் மரியாதைக்குரிய அண்ணன் விஸ்வநாதன் அவர்களே, மரியாதைக்குரிய மாநாட்டினுடைய தலைவர், எங்கள் ஊருக்கு சொந்தக்காரர் அருமை அண்ணன் ஜோதி முருகன் அவர்களே, மரியாதைக்குரிய தலைவர் மகேந்திர தேவ் அவர்களே, அன்பு சகோதரர் ராஜீவ் மினாமி அவர்களே, இந்த நிகழ்விலே கலந்து கொண்டு பெருமை சேர்த்திருக்கின்ற இந்த தொகுதியினுடைய சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர் அன்பிற்கினிய சகோதரர் கருணாநிதி அவர்களே, பிற மாநிலங்களிலிருந்து வருகை தந்து கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற பொருளாதாரத்தினுடைய பேராசிரியர்களே, நிபுணர்களே, நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாட்டிலிருந்து வருகை தந்து கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற பேராசிரியர் பெருந்தகைகளே, வேல்ஸ் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் பணியாற்றக்கூடிய பணியாளர்களே, நண்பர்களே, இந்த நிகழ்வில் என்னை அழைத்து பெருமைப்படுத்தி இந்த விழாவில் கலந்து கொள்ளச் செய்த வேல்ஸ் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய வேந்தர் அண்ணன் ஐசரி கணேசன் அவர்களுக்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் பாராட்டுகளையும் மகிழ்ச்சியோடு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகின்றேன். இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகம் சற்றேறக்குறைய துவங்கி 33 ஆண்டுகளை கடந்து வெற்றிகரமாக நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் சற்றேறக்குறைய 497 400க்கும் மேற்பட்ட பிரிவுகள் இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் நடத்தப்படுவதாக நான் அறிகிறேன். எனவே இப்படி சிறப்பு வாய்ந்த இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய மாநாட்டில் கலந்து கொள்ள வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற கல்வியாளர்கள், பேராசிரியர்கள், பயிற்சி மாணவர்கள், பத்திரிகையாளர்கள், ஊடக நண்பர்கள், தொலைக்காட்சி நண்பர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை, பாராட்டுக்களை மகிழ்ச்சியோடு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகின்றேன். இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகம் 1992ஆம் ஆண்டு தொடங்கப்பட்டு 33 ஆண்டுகளை கடந்து சற்றேறக்குறைய 50,000 மாணவர்கள் இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்திலே பயின்று, பேராசிரியர்கள் மட்டும் 1000த்திற்கும் மேற்பட்ட பேராசிரியர்கள் இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்திலே பயின்று வருகிறார்கள். குறிப்பாக 7000த்திற்கும் மேற்பட்ட பணியாளர்கள் இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்திலே பயின்று வருவதாக அறிகிறேன். ஆகவே இப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு சிறப்பான பல்கலைக்கழகத்தை தோற்றுவித்து சாதாரண எளிய நிலையிலிருந்து உயர்ந்து மிகப்பெரிய உச்சத்தை பெற்றிருக்கின்ற அன்பு சகோதரர் ஐசரி கணேசன் அவர்களுக்கு நாம் அனைவரும் பாராட்ட வேண்டும். குறிப்பாக 1500க்கும் மேற்பட்ட பொருளாதார நிபுணர்களை, வல்லுநர்களை அழைத்து வந்து ஒரு சிறப்பான மாநாட்டை தமிழகத்திலே நடத்துவது தமிழக அரசின் சார்பிலே நான் அவருக்கு பாராட்டுக்களை மகிழ்ச்சியோடு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகின்றேன். தமிழ்நாட்டில் மட்டுமல்லாமல் சிங்கப்பூர், சவுதி அரேபியா, துபாய் போன்ற நாடுகளிலும் கல்வி நிறுவனங்களை உருவாக்கி சிறப்பாக நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறார். அது மட்டுமல்ல, அவர் கல்வி வளர்ச்சியிலே மட்டுமல்லாமல் சினிமா துறையிலும் தன்னுடைய முத்திரையை பதித்திருக்கிறார். எல்கேஜியிலிருந்து பிஹெச்டி வரையில் A to Z, ஆ முதல் அக்கு வரை என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அளவில் எல்லா நிலைகளிலும் தன்னுடைய முத்திரையை பதித்து சிறப்பாக நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறார். குறிப்பாக சவுத் ஏஷியாவிலேயே வேல்ஸ் ட்ரேட் சென்டர் என்ற நிறுவனத்தை உருவாக்கி 10 சினிமா தேட்டரை ஒரே இடத்துல உருவாக்கியிருக்கார். 10 தேட்டர், அது மட்டும் இல்லை 20 ஷூட்டிங் சென்டரை அங்கே உருவாக்கியிருக்கிறார். எனவே அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு சிறிய நிலையில் இருந்து உயர்ந்து மிகப்பெரிய அளவிற்கு உயர்ந்திருக்கின்ற அவருடைய உழைப்பை நான் பாராட்டுகின்றேன். அது மட்டும் இல்லை, சினிமா துறையிலே நலிவடைந்திருக்கின்ற கலைஞருடைய குழந்தைகளுக்கு பள்ளியிலே, கல்லூரிகளிலே, மருத்துவத்துறையிலே படிப்பதற்கு அனைத்து உதவிகளையும் செய்து வருவதாக நான் உணர்கிறேன், அறிகிறேன். எனவே அப்படிப்பட்ட அண்ணன் ஐசரி கணேசனுடைய நல்ல உள்ளத்திற்கு நான் பாராட்டுக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். இங்கே நடைபெறுகின்ற இந்த 108வது பொருளாதார மாநாட்டில் நான் கலந்து கொள்வதில் மட்டற்ற மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். இங்கே கலந்து கொள்கின்ற ஒவ்வொருவரும் பொருளாதாரத்திலே மிகப்பெரிய தங்களுடைய சாதனைகளை படைத்திருக்கின்றீர்கள். ஒரு நாட்டினுடைய பொருளாதாரம் உயர வேண்டுமென்றால் குறிப்பாக தொழில் வளர்ச்சி பெருக வேண்டும். மற்றொன்று, நம்முடைய நாடு இந்திய நாடு விவசாய நாடு என்கின்ற காரணத்தினால் கட்டாயமாக விவசாயத்திலே மிகப்பெரிய புரட்சி ஏற்பட வேண்டும். நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாட்டை பொறுத்தவரையில் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் அயல் நாடுகளிலிருந்தும் இந்தியாவிலிருந்தும் ஆயிரக்கணக்கான கோடிகளை கொண்டு வந்து இன்றைக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில் மிகப்பெரிய தொழில் வளர்ச்சியை இன்றைக்கு உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறார்கள். இந்தியாவிலேயே தொழில் வளத்தில் தமிழ்நாடு தான் முதலிடத்தை பெற்றிருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால் நிச்சயமாக அதற்கு மிகப்பெரிய சாட்சியாக தனியார் துறையிலே மட்டும் இதுவரையில் நான் பொறுப்பேற்று இந்த துறையில் 2,97,000 இளைஞர்களுக்கு தனியார் துறையிலே வேலை வாய்ப்பை பெற்று தந்திருக்கிறோம். குறிப்பாக இந்தியாவில் பெண்கள் பணிபுரிகின்ற உற்பத்தி துறையிலே பணிபுரிகின்ற தொழில் நிறுவனங்களில் 43% பெண்கள் பணியாற்றி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். இந்தியாவிலே தமிழ்நாடு தான் அத்தகைய முதலிடத்தை பெற்றிருக்கிறது என்பதை நான் இந்த நேரத்திலே தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். கல்வித்துறையிலே உயர்கல்வித்துறையிலே இந்தியாவிலே தமிழ்நாடு தான் முதலிடத்தை பெற்றிருக்கிறது என்பதையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். குறிப்பாக தமிழ்நாடு இந்தியாவில் பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சியில் 11.19% எட்டி இந்தியாவிலேயே முதலிடத்தை பெற்றிருக்கிறது என்ற மகிழ்ச்சியான செய்தியும் இந்த நேரத்தில் நான் பதிவு செய்ய விரும்புகின்றேன். எனவே அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு நிலையை தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் ஒரு சிறப்பானதொரு நிலையை இன்றைக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில் கொண்டு வந்து நிலைத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அது மட்டும் அல்ல, படிக்கின்ற மாணவர்கள் வேலை வாய்ப்பிலே சிறப்பான இடத்தை அடைய வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக எங்களுடைய துறையில் 2,877 கோடி ரூபாய் ஒதுக்கீடு செய்து 71 அரசு தொழில் பயிற்சி நிலையங்களை தொழில்நுட்ப மையங்களாக உலகத்தரத்திற்கு உருவாக்கி அவர்கள் எல்லாம் பல்வேறு நிறுவனங்களுக்கு செல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு நிலையை உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறார். அடுத்த பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நான் முதல்வன் என்ற திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்து அந்த திட்டத்தில் அவருடைய மார்ச் 1 அவருடைய பிறந்த நாள் என்று நான் முதல்வன் வெப் போர்ட்டல் என்ற ஒரு திட்டத்தை துவக்கி அந்த வெப் போர்ட்டலில் இளைஞர்கள் என்ன படிக்க வேண்டும், எப்படி படிக்க வேண்டும், எங்கே சென்று படிக்க வேண்டும், என்ன பயிற்சி எடுக்க வேண்டும், எப்படி உதவித்தொகை பெறுவது, படித்து முடித்த பிறகு எந்தெந்த நிறுவனங்களுக்கு வேலை செல்லலாம் என்கின்ற மட்டுமல்லாமல் கல்வி சம்பந்தமான அனைத்து விஷயங்களையும் அந்த வெப் போர்ட்டலில் கொடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. ஆகவே படிக்கின்ற இளைஞர்கள் அந்த வெப் போர்ட்டலை பார்த்து அதன் வழி நடந்தால் நிச்சயமாக வாழ்க்கையை முன்னேறுவதற்கான அனைத்து வசதிகளும் அதில் கொடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது என்பதை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். அது மட்டுமல்லாமல் வாழ்க்கையில் உயர வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் நமக்கு மிகப்பெரிய லட்சியங்கள் வேண்டும், நோக்க வேண்டும். இங்கே அமர்ந்திருக்கின்ற அண்ணன் ஐஸ்வரி கணேசன் அவர்கள் மட்டுமல்ல, நம்முடைய விஐடியினுடைய வேந்தராக இருக்கின்ற அவர் நம்முடைய ஐயா அவர்கள் இன்றைக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 2 ஜாம்பவான் சொன்னால் ஒன்று நம்முடைய அண்ணன் விஸ்வநாதன் அவர்கள், விஐடியினுடைய வேந்தர் விஸ்வநாதன் அவர்களும் நம்முடைய ஐஸ்வரி கணேசன் அவர்களும் உழைப்பால் உயர்ந்து மிகப்பெரிய வளர்ச்சி அடைந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்கள் மட்டும் வளராமல் தமிழ்நாட்டிற்கு இந்த நம்முடைய கல்வித்துறையிலே மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு மாற்றத்தை கொண்டு வந்து ஆயிரக்கணக்கான இளைஞர்களை பயிற்றுவிப்பது மட்டுமல்லாமல் லட்சக்கணக்கான நம்முடைய இளைஞர்களுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பை தந்த காரணத்தினால் இன்றைக்கு மிகப்பெரிய பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சிக்கு அவர்களும் காரணமாக இருக்கிறார்கள் என்பதை இந்த நேரத்தில் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகின்றேன். நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் வந்து இந்த மகளிர் உரிமை தொகைன்னு கொடுத்துருக்கார், 1000 ரூபாய் கொடுக்குறார் மாதம் பெண்களுக்கு. அதனால் கிராமப்புறத்தில் இன்றைக்கு வில்லேஜ் லெவலில் இன்றைக்கி பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சி அடைஞ்சிருக்கு. இன்றைக்கி நாட்டில் சாதாரண இடங்களில் கூட இன்றைக்கி பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சி அடைஞ்சிருக்கு. ஆகவே பொருளாதாரம் வளர வேண்டும் என்றால், இளைஞர்கள் மேலே முன்னுக்கு வர வேண்டும் என்றால் உழைக்க வேண்டும். அந்த உழைப்பை தந்தால்தான் வெற்றி பெற முடியும். அதற்கு நம்பிக்கை வேண்டும், முயற்சி வேண்டும். முயற்சின்னா சாதா முயற்சி பத்தாது, முயற்சி வேண்டும், விடாமுயற்சி வேண்டும், நம்பிக்கை வேண்டும், தன்னம்பிக்கை வேண்டும், செல்ஃப் கான்ஃபிடென்ட் வேணும், தன்னம்பிக்கை வேண்டும். வாழ்க்கையில் முன்னேற அதை பற்றிய சிந்தனை, அதற்கேற்ற உழைப்பு. நடக்கும் என்று எண்ணுங்கள், நிச்சயமாக நடக்கும். முடியும் என்று எண்ணுங்கள், நிச்சயமாக முடியும். முடியாது என்பது உலகத்தில் எதுவும் இல்லை. வாழ்க்கையில் ஏற்படும் தடைகளை, வாழ்க்கையில் ஏற்படும் தடைக்கற்களை உடையுங்கள், தடைக்கற்களை படிக்கற்களாக மாற்றுங்கள். வறுமையை கண்டு பயந்து விடாதே, வறுமையை கண்டு பயந்து விடாதே. திறமை இருக்கு, மறந்து விடாதே. இதோ நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாட்டின் முதல்வர் இருக்கிறார் என்பதை மறந்து விடாதே என்று நேரத்தில் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். வாழ்க்கையில் லட்சியம் வேண்டும், வாழ்க்கையில் லட்சியம் வேண்டும், குறிக்கோள் வேண்டும், நோக்கம் வேண்டும், பொறுப்பு வேண்டும். பொறுப்பில்லாத மனிதன், லட்சியம் இல்லாத மனிதன், அக்கறை இல்லாத மனிதன், நோக்கம் இல்லாத மனிதனால் நிச்சயமாக வாழ்க்கையிலே உயர முடியாது. கேர்லெஸ் மேன் கேன் நெவர் கெட் குட் லக். ஹார்ட் ஒர்க் இஸ் மதர் ஆஃப் குட் லக். எனவே கடுமையாக உழைப்பவனே உயருகிறான், நோக்கமில்லாத மனிதன் உயர முடியாது. போராடுகின்ற மனிதன் தான் லட்சியத்தில் வெற்றி பெற முடியும். எனவே போராடுங்கள், உழைப்பவரே உயர்ந்தவர், உயருங்கள், உழைப்போம். நன்றி, நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
So thank you very much for your kind words and the way the Tamil Nadu has been a role model for the government of India as well as across this nation. Thank you very much, sir, for your warm words. Now, I now invite Dr. C. Rangarajan, sir, former chairman, Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council, New Delhi, former president, Indian Economic Association. It is our proud privilege to welcome Dr. Rangarajan, sir, who played a pivotal role in shaping Indian economic destiny. As the Governor of Reserve Bank of India, he steered the monetary policy during the critical phase of liberalization, strengthening financial reforms and stabilizing inflation. As a chairman of the 12th Five-Year Plan Commission, he laid the foundation for the fiscal federalism, ensuring equitable sharing of resources between the center and the states. His tenure as the chairman of the Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council was marked by clarity of vision and sound policy advice, guiding India through period of global financial turbulence and ensuring macroeconomic stability. He also served as a governor of Andhra Pradesh, a member of the Planning Commission, a member of the Rajya Sabha, bringing his economic expertise to governance and legislation. We are deeply honored, sir, by your presence today. With these words, now we request you to please share your wisdom, sir.
Professor Mahendra Dev, the Honorable Minister, Mr. Ganeshan, friends and colleagues. I'm indeed very happy to be in your midst this morning. I understand the annual conference of the Indian Economic Association is being held in Chennai today after a lapse of 49 years. As a citizen of as a citizen of Chennai, I welcome you all to the city and wish you a happy stay. We are already very much delayed, and I really do not want to expand many ideas that I had in mind, but let me broadly outline that as the year 2025 is drawing to an end, drawing to a close, when we look back, we see that this was a year of surprises, or I should say shocks. The richest country in the world, which preached free trade to all other countries, turned protectionist. This has entirely changed the way in which we transact, the way in which the world trade happens. And this has an impact on India. I will come back to it towards the end. But we as a nation has to move forward. It is the aspiration of every Indian today that India should become a developed country by 2047. That is when India completes 100 years of independence. There are countries which have accomplished this, but we need to understand very clearly what does this mean. There is no definition of a developed country. Very often people use what the World Bank calls the high-income country or the rich country. Today, the World Bank classifies countries with a per capita income of $14,000 in round numbers as a developed country. By 2047, when we want to become a developed country, this will increase. And we have calculated to be somewhere around $18,000. Now, if the per capita income of India is to become $18,000 in 2047, this implies that on certain assumptions relating to exchange rate and many other things, it requires Indian economy to grow in nominal terms by 11.4%. And assuming an inflation of 4%, this requires the Indian economy to grow at 7.4%. There are other calculations which give 8% and so on, but basically it all depends upon the assumptions. But somewhere between 7 and 8% rate of growth annually for the next 22 years or so is what is required if you have to become a developed country. In fact, between 2012-13 and 2023-24, India's income growth rate was 6.1%. Perhaps we'll have to jack it up by another 1.3% in order to get to where we want to. Of course, in the post-COVID period, in the last 3 years, excluding the current year, the average rate of growth has been about 7.3%, but this is partly to offset the losses that we had during the COVID period. Of course, the paper that we have written also shows what and at what rate the different states will have to grow. And it is found that even by 2047, there will be no convergence. And there are some states like Tamil Nadu and Gujarat and Karnataka and others who will reach earlier, but there are some states which will reach the developed country status much later. I want to only put before you a plan or a program of work or an agenda in order to achieve this rate of growth and to become a developed country. The framework that I have in mind comprises of 5 elements. Raise the rate of investment by 2%. Second, absorb new technologies. Third, the strategy of development must be multidimensional. 4, focus on relatively labor-intensive industries. And 5, expanding social infrastructure in health and education. You must remember, the vision of Viksit Bharat is not a statistical goal. It is a transformative journey in which the government and all the participants in the economy must participate. Let me briefly say a few words about each one of these elements in the strategy. The rate of investment in India right now is in the range of 33%. The gross fixed capital formation rate in nominal terms is, or in current prices, is about 23 to 24%. In the last year, of course, 24-25, it is 29.6%. But if you calculate it in real terms, because of the different deflators used for the numerator and the denominator, the gross fixed capital formation rate has been hovering between 13.4% and 33.6%. In fact, I calculated the gross fixed capital formation rate in the current year for the first half of for which data are available, and that comes to 0.34. In fact, I was surprised to find that in the previous 2 years also, in the first half, it was 0.34. I think the 2 elements that normally talk of for achieving the growth rate is the investment rate and the incremental capital output ratio. The problem with the incremental capital output ratio is that it cannot be independently determined. Actually, we derive the incremental capital output ratio by the formula G is equal to S over V. We know the G and we know the S, or the investment rate, and therefore we derive the incremental capital output ratio. And there is one paper in which we have elaborated on this and then shows that it is 5.1. But therefore, given this, we really need to get our gross fixed capital formation rate somewhere between 30 by another 2%, that is 35%. I would say this is what needs to be done over the long term. In the immediate, what has been happening is some pickup in the investment rate has been because of the increase in capital expenditures by the central government in the last few years. But this cannot go on. And therefore, what is really required is for the private investment to pick up. And we need to go beyond lowering the rate of interest. That is not what will decide. We really need to understand why private investment is not picking up in the last few years. We need it analysis at the aggregative level, and we also need it at the industry level. Absorb new technologies. That is the second element I said. We have to do that. Otherwise, we will be out of the race. But at the same time, there is a lot of literature that is now going up as to what will happen as a consequence of the absorption of new technologies, AI, Gen AI, and so on. Will it affect employment? Will it have the impact of reducing the employment even though increasing our productivity? But having said that, it is also, some people might say this is an old story. Since the dawn of Industrial Revolution, people have been saying that what will happen if new innovations come in, and whether that will have the effect of reducing the labor. But that did not happen in the past because the increase in output was so high that it made up for the loss in employment per unit of output. But the new innovation is what is called the horizontal innovation, in which, like electricity, it is an innovation which will affect all sectors of the economy. And therefore, there is a real problem there. In fact, even in the IT industry, there is a feeling that while the top elite IT workers will be saved, the middle may remain, but at the bottom, it may also go out. So we cannot avoid it. But, I mean, this innovation has come to stay. And therefore, we will have to, I will indicate a minute later, as to what else we can do. But the point is that let me move on very quickly. The approach should be multidimensional. What I mean is, some people look back at history, in the recent history, and say that, can we focus, let's say, on exports? Yes. The East Asian countries focused on exports and pushed the economy forward. But that, of course, is not really possible now. Even China is a good example of one which focused on exports in order to move forward. I looked at the numbers. In 1973, China's exports was only 1% of the world merchandise exports. And by 2021, it became 15.2%. Whereas in India, it moved from half of 1% to 1.6%. So we need to emphasize agriculture, we need to emphasize industries of various types, and also services. It cannot be unidimensional. the days when through exports alone the growth can be achieved, those days are gone. And we need to look at a wider map in order to be able to do it. And fourth, I said, focus attention on relatively labor industries. This is because if productivity and growth will be taken care of by certain segments of the industry, where AI will be utilized much more. There are other industries which are not labor intensive as such, but relatively labor intensive. And those are the things that on which we concentrate. We have an article coming up in which we have analyzed the annual survey of industry data to find out which are those industries. I have the list, but I will not read it now to you. And all that I say is that there are industries in which, for a rupee of investment, the amount of labor that can be utilized is higher, relatively speaking. For example, hospitality industry is one. But I had thought, and I had mentioned it to my friend Bonamurthy, that the food processing industry would be one that which is highly labor intensive. But it is not. Even though it uses the fruits and vegetables and all that, the packaging is so important in the food processing industry that it does not fully appear to be relatively labor intensive. So, let me conclude. All that I want to say is that we need a comprehensive set of ideas in order to move forward in the economy. We increase the investment rate by 2% in order to achieve growth. Absorb new technologies to remain competitive. Focus on relatively labor-intensive industries. Focus on, the approach should be multidimensional. And the fifth one, which I didn't say a lot, expanding the investment in social infrastructure like health and education. This is important because from the point of view of equity and from the point of view of increasing the capabilities in the people. Finally, I will end up with one observation, because one of the themes of the conference is how do we navigate in the midst of the changes that are happening. The problem that we now face is not purely economic. Look at even the 50% tariff that has been imposed India's exports. 25% is reciprocal, 25% is punitive. This 25% punitive is because we are importing from Russia, and they do not want. And they want that. Therefore, once you have started weaponizing tariffs and resort to non-uniform, discriminatory imposition of tariffs, it goes beyond economics. And to me, it appears that unless that we address the problem at the diplomatic level and bring about a solution, we are going to be in difficulty. We cannot afford to have, or we cannot carry on with a 50% tariff on our exports to US. We can, of course, try geographical diversification, but that is not that easy. Therefore, the whole point is that we need to push our diplomatic skills in order to bring about this big change in terms of the tariffs. So therefore, therefore the point really is, what else can we do? Of course, we can enter into free trade agreements, but international trade theory will tell us that that is not the optimum thing for the world to do. It is a free and fair trade, which is good. But if then goods will move within certain blocks, but between one block and another block, there will be an obstruction. Therefore, it is not possible, but we will have to manage that situation. But the problem of dealing with the diplomatic level is extremely important. People are talking about the fall in the value of the rupee. It is very sudden. Of course, from 91, we have gone back to 89, now 89 point something. But that is because of the intervention in perhaps, it can be guessed, on a large scale. That cannot continue. But what is it because? It is because of the capital outflows that have happened in the last few months. And that capital outflow is actually attributed to what? The lack of confidence in India by the international investors because of the impasse between India and the United States. Therefore, some people say we can ignore the fall in the value of the rupee. I do not agree with that. You cannot ignore the value of the rupee because it has an effect upon the sentiments of the people who are investing. You may think that I not said anything about equity. That's a long story, and I think it is important that as we grow, we take into concern where the benefits of growth accrue to. We cannot ignore it. And I have always said, growth and equity are the two legs with which a nation must walk. If we ignore any one leg, we can only limp along. Growth and equity should not be posed as opposing considerations. They must be woven into an acceptable pattern of development. Therein lies economic wisdom. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much for giving a comprehensive lecture, illuminated the pathways to the Viksit Bharat, thoroughly addressing this dimension of investments, economic growth, transformative powers of new technologies. So thank you very much, sir, for your valuable address. Yeah. I now request Dr. Koshik Basu, sir, Professor, Cornell University, United States of America, former Chief Economist, World Bank, former Chairman, Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. Dr. Koshik Basu serves as a Professor of Economics at Cornell University, where he continues to inspire students and scholars with his pioneering research in developmental economics, game theory, understanding of poverty, inequality, and governance. He has held some of the most prestigious positions in international as well as national economic policy. As a chief economist of the World Bank during the year 2012 to 2016, he provided intellectual leadership on global development strategies, shaping policies that impacted nations across the world. As a chairman of the Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council during the year 2009-2012, he guided India's economic policy through a crucial pace of growth and reforms, offering clarity and vision on fiscal and monetary challenges. He also served as a chief economic advisor to the government of India and played a key role during the post-global financial crisis. Dr. Basu's scholarly work has been widely recognized for its originality and its impact. We are deeply honored by his presence today, sir. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and flying directly from United States of America to Chennai Wales University. It is a greatest honor for us to be with you, sir. With these words, now I request you to please give your special address, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Rangarajan, for that wonderful lecture. Dr. Ishari Ganesh, Dr. ADN Bajpai, Dr. G. Vishwanathan, Dr. Chandra Mohan, yes, Dr. Jyoti Murugan, Dr. Shanmuga Sundaram, so wonderful to see you. I had dosa with you years ago in Chennai, one of my earliest visits here. And Dr. Mahendra Dev, who's a dear friend, distinguished members of the audience. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here with you today. I will be giving a fuller lecture later in the day, but let me just tell you, listening to Dr. Rangarajan and others talk about the current situation, indeed, it's a very, very troubling situation because of dramatic changes in global policy. India is having to navigate a very difficult world. When that happens, the reminder to us is the power of the human mind. We need to remember, and this in the United States, lots of people are writing, that soft power, which is the power that comes from the development of the mind, is what gives you in the long run the big power and growth. And the biggest reminder for this is during the period of the Industrial Revolution. Some of the things that Dr. Rangarajan was saying just now was reminding me that while technology was changing, it was also creating challenges which were huge. Many traditional labor demand was collapsing in the European economies as the Industrial Revolution took place. What saved us out of that, or saved Europe out of that, because that was a European crisis primarily because the revolution came there, was, which we overlooked very often, the period of the Industrial Revolution, roughly say 1750 to 1850, coincides with the biggest developments in economics. From Adam Smith, 1776, to Walras in 1874, nearly 100-year period, with David Ricardo, with Marx, with a whole lot of thinkers helping European countries to understand what was happening. The contribution of that was immense, and Europe took off. Indian Economic Association has a huge responsibility. For me, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here, that it is bodies like this, through training people's minds, understanding what's going on in the economy, what was sketched out just now, what an outline of 5 elements, several things that you need to do. But then you have to get people to sit down and dissect and collect data and analyze. Really, this cannot be overemphasized. I think the biggest breakthrough successes in the world, when you look at United States, people very often will talk about the military power and other things. But you have to realize that the university system, the educational system, played a huge role in bringing it where it is, and it is all under a certain amount of risk, and India has a responsibility through this. I will be talking about policy later on in the day, so let me just once again congratulate the Indian Economic Association for its legacy, now 108 years conference, and I will just encourage those who are, Anil Thakurji I see over here, those who are involved in these institutions, to really to push it along, help young people get engaged in research, generate ideas, which are not just for India. We have a responsibility towards the world. It's a small world. You cannot have a small pocket succeeding and other places failing. You want to contribute ideas so that the world comes out of this better off. So congratulations for organizing the conference, and I will see you all later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words, and we are eagerly waiting to hear your lecture, sir. And it's time we are going to share the message given by Honorable Vice President of India. We have been eagerly waiting that Vice President of India will participate in this program, and initially he has also given a concern, but due to some unavoidable circumstances he could not make it happen, but he has shared his message. I am very happy to read the message. I am happy to learn that the Indian Economic Association is organizing its 108th annual conference after 49 years in Chennai. Yeah. I'm happy to thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The message carries like this. It is indeed a matter of great pleasure that this conference will deliberate on the contemporary and highly relevant theme of Indian economy, navigating domestic realities and global shift. This theme aptly captures the dynamic and the complex environment in which our nation's economy is evolving. Bharat is on the transformative journey, an Atmanirbhar Bharat that focuses on boosting domestic manufacturing, aiming better integration with global value chains, and strengthening innovation and global competitiveness. Bharat has been risen as a global economic powerhouse. From nowhere, we have become the fourth largest economy. From nowhere to become the fourth largest economy. And soon, we will be becoming the third largest economy. Achieving this vision requires robust discussions, innovative ideas, and well thought of strategies that can balance our domestic needs with the complexities of the global economic landscape. The insights generated from these deliberations at this conference will undoubtedly contribute significant to the nation. I also extend my best wishes to all the delegates, participants, and the organizers for a fruitful engagement in all these 3 days of deliberations. May this conference lead to new insights and a meaningful progress in the field of economics. We thank the Honorable Vice President of India for giving this valuable message, sir. Thank you. Now I request Honorable Chancellor, President Dr. G. Viswanathan, sir. It is with immense pride and profound joy that we extend a heartfelt welcome to Dr. G. Viswanathan, sir, founder and Chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology. Over the past 4 decades, Dr. G. Viswanathan has redefined the landscape of higher education in India. His pioneering initiatives in establishing Vellore Engineering College in the year 1984, which has blossomed into the globally renowned VIT, Vellore Institute of Technology, in the year 2001, has empowered nearly 1 lakh of students across 4 campuses in Vellore, Chennai, Bhopal, and Amaravati. VIT stands tall as an institution of eminence. VIT stands tall as an institution of eminence and recognized internationally for its research, innovation, and multicultural ethos. Dr. Viswanathan, sir, has contributed a lot towards the worldwide. He has been honored with multiple honorary doctorates from prestigious institutions, including West Virginia University, SUNY Birmingham, St. Xavier's University, Kolkata, Rochester Institute of Technology, New York. All these accolades, honors, and visionary leadership in expanding access to the quality education, advancing STEM disciplines, and uplifting the underprivileged. With these kind words, I now request Dr. G. Viswanathan, the patron of the Indian Economic Association and the Chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology, to give his special address. Sir, please.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Dr. Aisari Ganesh, the founder Chancellor of Wales University, Dr. Bajpai, the President of the Indian Economic Association, Dr. Koshik Basu, Dr. Rangarajan, Dr. Shanmugha Sundaram, the Organizing Secretary, Dr. Chandra Mohan, the Minister, Mr. C.V. Ganesan, the President of the Conference, Professor Jyoti Murugan, the Chief Guest of today, Professor Mahendra Dev, and General Secretary of IEA, Professor Ravindra Brahme, professors, directors, other educationists and economists assembled here from all over India, very good morning to you. At the outset, let me congratulate Mr. Aisari Ganesh, Jyoti Murugan and their team for making wonderful arrangements for people who have come all the states of India today, and being the 108th annual conference, we are happy to participate. There are hundreds of associations in India, but the most important association is Indian Economic Association. In fact, I always remember our the most active man, the backbone of Indian Economic Association, Thakur, because he is a full-time worker of Indian Economic Association. And I always feel that we must give more importance to economics than other subjects. Of course, we have a political system, democracy, elections, etc. We spend more time on political problems rather than concentrating on economic problems. I spent long years in politics, at least 30, 40 years. I was in Parliament, Assembly, Cabinet, etc. And I have been watching the economic progress of this country for the last 60 to 70 years. Even though we are making progress, it is not enough. And the people also are not aware of what is happening in the country. They know what has happened to them, but not to others, society, country, and the other states. So I feel that the most important association, being Indian Economic Association, should become strong, should become active, and we should make appeal to governments and political parties. My suggestion is that out of these 5 years, at least 3 years must be allotted for economic development. You go on fighting for 2 years, 1 year before election, 1 year after election. But the rest 3 years we should concentrate on economic development. And we should talk to each other. The union government should talk to the state governments. In the state governments, the ruling party and the opposition should sit together and find out what is good for the economic development of the people. Because I find those countries who are concentrating on economic development, education and health, they have gone above us. Take for example South Korea. They're a small country, but it was totally devastated in the 1950 Korean Wars. China, they took interest only in I think it is 50s. Before that, it was a different country. In 1990, our per capita income was $50 ahead of China. Now, in the last 35 years, where are we and where are they? Our per capita income today is $2,900. They have crossed $13,000. They become almost an advanced country. Why it cannot be done? Why we are lagging behind? No doubt we are growing. In fact, just now Dr. Rangarajan spoke that he has become one of the largest economies of the world. Now we are claiming that we are in the 4th place, overtaking Japan by a narrow margin. We are very happy about it because getting number 4th place in the world is not easy. There are only 3 above us, US, China, and Germany. But what about per capita income? Japan's per capita income is 12 times that of India. When are we going to cross that? As I mentioned, countries which concentrate on education and health, spend enough money on them, they have all come up. Korea, their per capita income was $87 in 1962. By 94, in 32 years, from $87, they became $10,000. And now their per capita income is $36,000. How are they able to achieve this? And why can't we do it? No doubt we are growing, but at the same time, the benefit of growth is not reaching all. There is so much inequality in the country. Already there is social inequality due to caste, religion, etc. But now, in the last 20 years, the economic inequality is increasing in this country. Only we are number 2. Number 1 is Russia, we are number 2. Out of this population, 120 crores are in the low income bracket. There are only 20 lakhs of people in the high income bracket. The rest of them are in the middle class. When it comes to earning wealth, about 9 lakh people earn 2 crores a year. About 10,000 earn 10 crores per year. Another 9,000 earn 50 crores per year. But there are about 300 people or more who earn in lakhs of crores. They are called billionaires. In the year 2000, we had only 9 billionaires in India. Now, in the last 24 years, we have crossed 350. So whatever growth takes place, it is not going to all the people. It goes to a small section of the society. The top 10% of the population control 80% wealth of the country. But how do they pay taxes? Normally, the law of tax is the broadest shoulder should bear the heaviest burden. Is it happening in our country? GST is the most important tax of our country, which gets about 2 lakh crores a month. But who pays that tax? The top 10% who control 80% wealth of the country, they pay only 3 to 4% of GST. The below 50%, which control 3 to 4% of the wealth, they pay 2/3, 66% of the GST. How can this go on? How do we call this democracy? No, I want, of course, our economic advisor, president is there. Mr. Mahendra Dev is there. They should advise the government that we should take radical steps to collect this money from well-to-do people and give it to poor people. That can happen only in education, health, etc. Brazil has taken certain number of steps where they are collecting from the rich people and spending it on the poor people, which is not happening in our country. That's what I want the economists, wherever you are, at the district level, state level, or national level, to talk to the people, tell them what is happening in the country. And I want the association to be active. We should not side with any caste, religion, political party, etc. We should be absolutely neutral. Only thing is, we want the people to come up economically. It can happen only with education and health. Education is the most neglected subject in the country. We spend only around 3% of the GDP on education. Now the new education policy talked about spending 6%, which was told us 60 years ago. Radhakrishnan Commission, Kothari Commission, they suggested that 6% of the GDP should be spent on education. Now we are again talking about it after 50, 60 years. That is the situation. So this is very, very important that we should educate the public, we should create enough interest in them, and they must know where they are. For example, the Bihar election is just now over. How many of the Biharis know that they are the most backward in the country? In per capita income, in everything, in education. GER is 28% in the country, higher education. But in Bihar it is 17%. Wherever education is more, their per capita income is more, even within the country. For example, Tamil Nadu per capita income is $5,400 because our GER is nearing 50%. Kerala, it is $3,800. They are about 40% GER. I just compared two states. The population of Kerala is 3.5 crores. Population of Bihar is 13 crores. In land, they are almost 2 times. But because of lack of education, the per capita income of Kerala is 3,800, where it is just $810 in Bihar. Again, if you take a bigger state, Tamil Nadu versus Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu's population is 8 crores. The land, the UP is more than double the size of Tamil Nadu and 3 times in population. Their population is 24 crores. But what about per capita income? Tamil Nadu is 5,400 crores. It is 1,500 in UP. No, this is all happening because those who are lagging behind in education will lag behind in economy also. Take, for example, the remittance. I don't know how many of you are aware of this. Our people go and work outside the country. At present, there are 3.5 crores Indians working in various countries of the world and send back the money. It's called remittance. Ours is the highest remittance in the world. India gets the highest amount in remittance. But it comes to last year, it was $135 billion. It means about 12 lakh crores, more than 12 lakh crores. What only 3 states got 50%. Maharashtra, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. These are the 3 states which had the lion's share, 50% of the entire remittance. And the balance was shared by the entire country because they have given good education, of course English education, which allows them to go and work all over the world. In fact, I see a demand from some leaders that you should study everything in your mother tongue. Engineering, medicine, everything study. I am not against mother tongue. Of course, I studied in Tamil medium. But what will happen? With 29%, 28% of GER, we are able to get 12 lakh crores a month, or a year. If you are going to switch over to Tamil, Telugu, Hindi, etc., what will happen? This will dry. We will lose this. We cannot send people outside. In fact, in those days when I was in Parliament, we had a socialist leader, Ram Manohar Lohia. I don't know how many of you remember him. He used to say, Angrezi hatao, remove English. Again, I don't know whether that's going to be the slogan. I want to appeal to my friends that India is more important than Hindi. I am not against Hindi, but allow them to study whatever language they want. Ultimately, it should benefit their life. If Hindi-speaking states are going to make forward, they become rich, they offer jobs to other states, automatically people will study Hindi in all over the country, which should happen. Because UP and Bihar put together, they form nearly 1/4 of the population of this country. Unless they come up, India cannot come up. All this is possible with education, health, and also the policies of the government, the taxation policy. It should tax the rich in favor of the poor, which is not happening now in GST at least. Because we have made a study. I continue to be a student. I studied economics 65 years ago by bachelor's and master's, but even now I continue a student. I am studying that this GST is favoring the rich. It's not in favor of the poor. Our policies must be in favor of the poor people, and we should plan for that so that the poor also can come up. Like other countries, like China has come up, Korea has come up, Japan has come up. These are all devastated by war, Korea and Japan. Now they all come up and they are above many times more than us. Our per capita income should go up. We should also claim 10,000 to 12,000. If you want to be called an advanced country, it cannot happen only by GDP. GDP we may get, but the per capita income also should go up only then. If it is $12,000 to $13,000, we will be accepted a developed country. That should be our aim, and I want the Indian Economic Association to work towards it, to talk to the people, and I appeal to the political parties, spend more time on economic development than always on political problems. That's what I wanted to inform them today and make an appeal to them, because unless we concentrate on the poor people, this country cannot go up, and it will go only to a poor people. And the Indian Economic Association should be able to achieve this. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Dr. G. Viswanathan, sir, for your valuable address. Definitely, the thousands of scholars, professors, think tank makers will definitely implement your ideas towards the growth of nations, sir. Next, moving on, a very, very important presidential address. It is my proud privilege to introduce a stalwart of academia and an administration, Professor Dr. A. Jyoti Murugan, former Vice Chancellor, Thiruvalluvar University, and currently the Pro-Chancellor, Planning and Development at Wales University, and very, very importantly, Conference President of the prestigious Indian Economic Association. Dr. Jyoti Murugan's illustrious career spanned over 5 decades, marked by excellence in teaching, research, and leadership. He has guided and nurtured generation of students and held key positions as Principal, Regional Joint Director of College Education, Vice Chancellor, where he expanded opportunities for rural students and strengthened institutional growth. At Wales University, his vision has brought more than 50 new programs, 200 plus national international conferences, and the coveted NAC A++ accreditation, making him a true architect of the academic process. And today, we celebrate him in a role of highest honor as a conference president of the prestigious 108th Annual Conference of the Indian Economic Association. The number 108 is deeply auspicious in our tradition, symbolizing the completeness and cosmic harmony. This year's conference is double historic as it returns to Chennai after 5 decades, making this gathering a landmark in the association's legacy. With these words, please join me in giving a thunderous welcome to the conference president of the 108th Annual Conference of the Indian Economic Association, Professor Dr. A. Jyoti Murugan, sir. Sir, please.
A very good afternoon, everyone present here. So, as the conference president on my behalf, I also welcome all the dignitaries on the stage and off the stage. My respects and salutations to the IEA National President, Professor Bajpai, the former Governor of Reserve Bank of India, Professor Rangarajan, who just now left the podium, auditorium, and the guest of honor, Professor Koshik Basu, my elder and beloved brother, Chairman and Chancellor of VIT Group of Institutions, Dr. G. Viswanathan, then the most respectable person, Professor Mahendra Dev, who is going to deliver the inaugural address in a short while, and my Professor Shanmugha Sundaram, the officials of the IEA on the stage. The delegates has come from all over the India, east, west, north and south. And I am happy to inform that in this conference, as per the registration data goes, there are more than 360 institutions are now participating here with their representatives, mostly research scholars, professors and academicians. And the total number of delegates is nearly, for example, 1,300 and so on. And it gives me much pleasure and I feel proud to present the personal address on this auspicious occasion of the 108th Annual Conference that is being now held at Wells University. Some of my early speakers also pointed out, exactly 49 years ago, in year 1976, the last conference at Chennai took place in the University of Madras, where Professor Shanmugha Sundaram was there. And I am happy to share, I am one of the luckiest person. Myself and Shanmugha Sundaram were present in the 1976 conference of IEA, and here, after 49 years, we are also now associating in these 108 conferences. I think nobody can in the auditorium can be proud of except with these two. So thank you very much, sir. At the outset, I thank the IEA office bearers and executive members for giving me this wonderful opportunity to organize the 108th conference of the Indian Economic Association at VISTAS in Chennai after a very long period. It is my privilege and pleasure to deliver the personal address today on India's development in the 21st century, drivers of economic growth and barriers to progress. India today stands at a historic economic crossroads, and it is a country that simultaneously represents ancient civilization and modern economic dynamism. Friends, you know that, however, that in the recent past, India, it has attracted the global attention due to several factors, and it is a promising destination for investment, innovation, and production. Yet, beneath this impressive macroeconomic performance lie deep structural challenges that demand careful policy decision. In fact, I have structured my speech into three important focus areas. They are, number one, the rosy and optimistic picture of the Indian economy. Number two, the major economic challenges confronting. And number three, a forward-looking synthesis of sustainable and inclusive growth. I will repeat once again the three focus areas. Number one, the rosy and optimistic picture of the Indian economy, the major economic challenges confronting the Indian economy, and the third, a forward-looking synthesis for sustainable and inclusive growth. The overall India's 5-year plans, actually it is a very basis for India's economic development. After the independence of our country in 1947, India has adopted centralized economic planning in 1951, which was inspired by the Soviet model to accelerate growth and to ensure social justice and to build self-reliant economy in our country. And as we know that nearly 12 5-year plans have been implemented in India, and thereafter the system was very recently replaced by Niti Aayog, especially in the year 2015. So I would like to make a passing remarks before going to the three areas. As far as the Indian economy is concerned, the achievements and the implemented planning is very, very important. As we know, there are nearly 5 phases of the Indian 5-year plans period. The first 5-year plan, as you all know, the period is 1951 and 56, where the focus is given to agriculture and induction. And agriculture and irrigation, the achievements are, there are large irrigation projects such as Bagranangal, Damodaral has been implemented. Then the agriculture recovery after partition of India. As a result, the outcome is there is a successful stabilization, growth exceeded the target. So that was a glimpse of the first 5-year plan. The second 5-year plan, it is during 15, 6 and 61. And it is called the Megalonovich model. And the focus has been shifted from agricultural industry, and major industries of steel, coal and machinery have been implemented. And the limitations, for example, inflation and foreign exchange crisis have pulled down the growth of the Indian economy. The third 5-year plan is 1961-66, where the focus is self-reliant growth. And as the outcome is, there is a plan failure after that. As you all know, there is a plan holiday. So between 1966 and 1999, 3 annual plans have been implemented. Then in the phase 2, in the fourth 5-year plan, 1969-74, there is again the focus is on growth and stability, and the achievements are, the outcomes are, as we all know, green revolution expansion and its growth. Then bank nationalization in the year 1969, and I have chosen this entire plan periods as you saw into 5 major periods. And the fifth 5-year plan is during 1974-79, where the focus is poverty alienation. The famous quotation is, for example, Harry B. Hatto, and the achievements is, for example, implementation of minimum needs program, and it resulted, for example, a political change in the year 1978, which discontinued its fast growth and also its journey. Then in the sixth 5-year plan, it is during 1980 and 85, where the focus is poverty reduction and employment, which was the need of the hour at the time, and the achievements was technological modernization and faster economic growth. And the 7th 5-year plan is during 1985-90, and the focus was on productivity and efficiency, and the achievements resulted are, for example, there is a mass growth in telecom and transport expansion and the rise of private sector. Much incentive and encouragement was given to all the private sectors in India. And the fourth phase is, for example, in the 8th 5-year plan period, that is between 1990 to 97. And for example, in the 1991, we know there was the new economic implemented during the Prime Minister of Manmohan Singh. As a next, the focus was, for example, LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. And the achievements are trade reforms have been taken at a large scale, and private investment growth was at its high level. And the outcome was there was a high GDP growth in India because of that plan. And the 9th 5-year plan, 10, 12, everything, has resulted a fast growth of Indian economy. Now, for want of time, just a critical evaluation of all the 5-year plans is like this. The major achievements of plans resulted: number one, built strong industrial and agricultural base due to the implementation of the 12 5-year plans. And we have achieved food security. There was food starvation, food scarcity, and after that there is food security. And India was also able to, export some of the agricultural products also. Then it reduced poverty to a greater extent. Then number 4, developed infrastructure, education, health and science technology. And the limitations, for example, there are bureaucratic inefficiencies, regional imbalances, and there was slow employment generation in early plans. And Indian 5-year plans played a pivotal role in transforming a colonial agrarian economy into a diversified emerging economy, evolving from state-led development to market-oriented reforms, and finally towards cooperative and strategic planning. Now I come to the first focus area, that is the rosy picture of the Indian economy, the sustained and economic growth. And it goes like that. India has consistently recorded high real GDP growth, outperforming most major economies. This growth is not accidental. It is anchored by strong domestic demand, public investment, expansion and resilient services exports. So unlike export-dependent economies, India's growth is largely consumption-driven, providing stable internal growth engineering during the global slow rise. And the number 1 is, for example, rising global economic position. Here I think, as our elder brother Vishnu has pointed out, he is always concerned about the GDP and its contribution to education, etc., etc. India has emerged as the 4th largest economy in the world in the nominal GDP terms and is expected to become the 3rd largest in the foreseeable future. As per the available data, that is the year 2025, India is the 4th largest economy in the world with nominal GDP of the GDP is between 3.7 to 4.5 billion US dollars, surpassing, that is overtaking, UK and Japan. It is projected that India will take Germany by the year 2027 to 28 to become a 3rd largest global economy at the world level. As per the forecast, India may achieve 7.5% and 7.8% during the year 26 and 27 respectively. So I have given the trends of GDP starting from the year 1977 to 2028, and the trends goes like that. In the year 2087, the GDP, for example, it is 2083 7.5 billion US dollar. It is rose to 47661 in the year 2000, and it increased to a phenomenal growth to 1708 in the year 2010, and it increased to 2071 US billion dollars in the year 2022, and at the current rate in the year 2025, it is 4,511.85 US billion dollars. So this is a phenomenal growth. So in 2000, the GDP has increased due to so many steps taken by the government. You can also see the graph which is also given incorporating all the data. And as far as the data is concerned, it clearly states that India's GDP witnessed a significant increase, growing from 1,238 US dollars billion in 2007, and it is estimated to, for example, 5,944 billion US dollars in the year 2028. And the annual growth rate verification also shows that this rate goes, that is for example, a rosy picture that we can see in the Indian economy. then comparing the 2000 to 2020's growth, as far as the GDP is concerned, it goes like that. The growth from 2001 to 2007, the GDP saw the increase from $493.95 billion to $1,788, and it is more than threefold increase, so which is an appreciable figure. In contrast, the decade following 2020 anticipates a near doubling from $2,071 billion to $5,944 billion, reflecting a shift in growth pace. And this shows that the impact of the 2008 financial crisis, and there are so many economic factors also. And I also analyzed what is the contribution of GDP from the various sectors, and the primary sectors I have taken, for example, agriculture, industry, and service sector. And as you know, always the agriculture sector contribution goes on, for example, declining. Industry is slowly there, but whereas the service sector, it was only, for example, 45% in the year 2000. Now in the year 2025, it is 55%. And whereas in agriculture, it was 24%, its contribution GDP in the year 2000, and now in the year 2025, it has reduced to nearly 18%. And also in industry, it was 31% contribution to GDP in the year 2000, and it has come down to 27% in the year 2025. Then, an important feature of is that the long-term structural trends that between the 2000 and 2005 is from the shift from agricultural economy to the state level economy. Then there is an industrial share, and so the reasons are for the fluctuation changes in the GDP in the major sector, agriculture, industry, and service sector. And as far as the India's exports and imports are concerned since 2006, the data reveals exports earnings in 2000 was about $42 billion, and it increases to 226 in the year 2010, and is raised to, for example, 516 in 2018, which is the peak. And it was, for example, to the year 2024, it stands at $892 billion. So there is a significant growth, and there are certain important components which are there. It includes the notes and interpretation are the trend and highlights are exports grow from $42 billion in the year 2002. $777 billion in the year 2024, more than a 15% increase over the 2 decades. And as the trade deficit is concerned, India has typically run a goods trade deficit imports and exports, especially pronounced in the year 2020 and early 20 due to energy and high-tech imports and so on. And turning my attention on the second important one, my focus area, so these are the rosy pictures. Then the second one is the challenges of the India economy. Because every now and then we see, Dr. Vishnu has also spoken about, there are so many constraints, barriers about the Indian economy. Maybe for example, Indian economy, backward economy, lack of education in several states and so on. So as far as the challenges are concerned, the first one is, for example, I am concerned is low investment and job creation. In the recent past, investment to GDP ratio has declined over recent decades. That is from 39% in 2020 to around 33% 2023, and private investment nearly half from 18 to 9% BDC of GDP, thereby reducing capacity expansion and job creation. Then number 2, the second challenge of the Indian economy is employment deficit. India's growth has not fully translated into quality enrollment, because even today the Indian economy witnesses the dominance of informal sector, high youth unemployment, and skill mismatch. This raises concern of jobless or low employment growth in India. Employment generation remains weak even as GDP grows formal employment does not keep pace. The employment elasticity of investment, that is job created per unit of investment, has fallen from 0.44% to 0.21% between 2000 and 2021 and so on. And the table also clearly shows what is that. And actually from the year 2010 to up to 2018, the unemployment rate is only maintaining the same space, that is 7.5 and so on. And from the year 2021, it has fallen to 6.4%. And the year 2024, it is the lowest of record, that is 4.2%, so on. And what are the reasons? The observations say it is due to, for example, the long-run stability through the mid-2020s. Number two, for example, there is a pre-COVID and COVID smoke, which also a challenge for the Indian economy. Number three, the post-pandemic decline. After 2020, there is a clear decline in employment rates, reaching around 4.8% the year 2022 and 4.2% the year 2023-24. And I also find other challenges includes alternative estimates and survey data. Number 5, structural economic issues. Number 6, infrastructure bottlenecks. Number 7, dominance of informal sector. And above all, the rising of inequality and poverty is a major challenge. Economic growth, in India has been accompanied by vast income inequality, concentration of wealth in a few hands, yawning regional disparities, widening rural-urban divide, and inclusive growth remains an unfinished agenda. For example, the top 1% of population holds about 40% of wealth, and inequality is measured by the Gini coefficient of 0.42 to the year 2020-23, which our Professor Visara has also very clearly pointed to the same one. And the others, for example, there was agriculture distress, there was human capital constraints, and the next challenge was skill gaps and education mismatch. Skill gaps and educational mismatch. The fourth one was fiscal constraints and environmental pressures. The fifth one, for example, is trade and barriers. So these are all the important challenges that was a barrier to faster and a speed economic development. Now I come to the third important one, the synthesis and the look forward. So this is the important thing where we can expect whether our target in all the goals have been fulfilled or not. India today is not short of growth, but it must ensure better quality growth. Therefore, policy makers in India should focus on the following. Number 1, macroeconomic and structural changes, which includes sustaining high and inclusive economic growth. India must maintain 7 to 8% annual growth every year, so that the growing labor force and the rise for per capita income will also increase. When we look at the strategies, following are the important things to mention. What are the key strategies? Number 1, to strengthen the domestic demand through income growth and employment generation. Then maintain economic stability, controlled inflation, and sustainable fiscal deficit. The next one, the strategy is enhance productivity across agriculture, industry, and services. Then to improve the factor market efficiency, that is labor capital, and the fiscal consolidation with growth orientation are the important, the strategies. Then what are the, for example, the key measures for that? I would say that to strengthen the bank balance sheets and resolve the NPS, expand credit across MSME and startups, deepen capital markets and long-term bond markets, promote financial inclusion through digital finance, and so on. And the other things are number 2, under the head structural development stages, there are certain things. Number 3, human capital and social development is also there. Number 4, health, nutrition and social security. Then number 5, poverty, inequality and regional imbalance. And 6, infrastructure and urban development. The next, sustainable urbanization. Then number 7, technology, innovation, digital transformation. And the next one is green growth and climate strategy. The next one is governance, institution and global engagement. Next one is external sector and global integration. So these are all the important things, and summarizing all this, we can say the strategic vision is Visit Bharat 2047. To become a developed nation, India must raise per capita income to developed economy levels. It should achieve universal basic services. To become a global manufacturing and innovation hub. And many of the education institutions, I think, are now concentrating on this particular area, startup, innovation, etc., etc. And to ensure social justice and environmental sustainability. At this juncture, India's development strategy must be growth-oriented, inclusive, sustainable, and technology-driven, combining market dynamism with a strong developmental state. The challenge is not the absence of resources. The challenge is not the absence of resources, but effective implementation, coordination, and institutional capacity. And as far as this is concerned, the much India evolves a development programs in align with the sustainable development goals of the UNO. So I remember that in the last Kurukshetra conference, the main theme of IEA was, I think, the sustainable development goals. I think the 17 also displayed in 2 or 3 places in our campuses also. So now it is our guiding force. So under one, our Indian economy is now functioning. So it is to note that India adopted the 2023 Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2025, and NITI Aayog is the most nodal agency for SDG implementation and monitoring. According to SDG Indian Index, India's overall SDG score improved from about 57 to 70 in the recent past. The same thing was explained our Viswanathan sir also. And the goal-wise assessment of India's performance should be like this. You know, among the 17 goals, we educational institutions or academicians can boost up, we can contribute to only some of them. The number 2, zero hunger, that is walk to moderate progress. Then the next one is, for example, growth, good health and well-being, that is a moderate progress. Number 4, quality education, moderate, there is only a moderate progress. Then number 6, clean water and sanitation, there is a strong progress. And again, next one, the decent work and economic growth, there is only a moderate progress. And in the 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, there is a strong progress because of encouragement given by both public and private sectors. Then number 10, in the reduction quality, there is a weak progress. As far as we have to accept this, and more concentration should be there. And in the 7th SDG, it is about sustainable cities, and there is a moderate progress. And number 12, responsible consumption, there is a weak progress. The 13th SDG goal is, for example, climatic action, weak to moderate progress. That is, it is only in the border. Then the SDG 14 and 15, it's about life below water and life on land. Again, it shows a weak progress. And the SDG goal 16 says, peace, justice and institution. Again, there is a moderate progress. And in the 17, it goes partnership for goals. There is a strong progress because there is a South-South cooperation and so on. And as far as these goals are concerned, the key strength of the SDG goals are the strong policy alignment with SDG should also be carried out very well. So, I don't want to take much of time. So, before concluding, my remarks are, India's economic journey is no longer about potential alone. It is about performance with a purpose. The challenge before us is to ensure that growth translated into dignity, opportunity, and sustainability for all. This Indian economy continues to show a strong growth improving, a macroeconomic stability, raising global integration, and expanding domestic demand, positioning as a key driver of global economic growth, overcoming the decade. India's growth story is impressive, but structural barriers like inefficient investment, skill gaps, instrumental deficits, and inequality act as persistent constraints. To overcome these barriers, India requires targeted reforms in education, infrastructure, fiscal policy, industrial strategy, and trade facilitation to ensure growth and faster and inclusive growth. Friends, before summing up, the speech examines India's macroeconomic performance by balancing growth, optimism with structural constraints, whilst strong GDP growth, infrastructure expansion, digital transformation, demographic advantage from the backbone of India's rosy economic picture, and also the challenges related to employment, inequality, agriculture, human capital, and so on. And at this juncture, before I conclude, I would like to introduce Thiru C.P. Kumaresan. He is the elder brother of our Vice President of India, Thiru C.P. Radhakrishnan. So I thank sir. So only because we are able to get the message from the Honorable Vice President of India. So if you would approach him some 1 or 2 weeks ago, I think the Vice President will be the chief guest. So hope Wales will definitely invite him in some of the occasions in the days, either for the convocation and so on. And I personally feel and thank all the delegates who have come, accepting our invitation. I hope we have made elaborate arrangements. Tamil Nadu is known for its hospitality. There is a saying in Tamil, Vandarai Valavaikam Tamil Nadu. So keeping that tradition, our Chancellor Aisari Ganesh and our entire organization team under Chandra Mohan and all the Department of Faculty, all the 650 selected faculty of VISTA have been working here for the 3 months for the success conduct of this. We actually expect more than 2,500 delegates according to our plan. But I think it has come down. But as far as the observation by Professor Thakur and also by Professor Narayanan, they say this is an increasing trend in comparison to the previous conferences. After the COVID period, now this is the highest one. So let us be happy. Content is the most important thing. So I request all of you, have a comfortable stay. Elaborate arrangements have been made. Today you are going to witness a 1.5 hour cultural program will be mesmerizing all of you. Please be here and enjoy. The hospitality is known, Wales is known for its hospitality, and all we have been now sacrificed. Our excellent, that 12 coffee break now there. People have been asking me. So thank you once again for the organizers for giving the opportunity. And Wales is always there to give a helping hand to IEA. And the only wish from Dr. Viswanathan is, he wants this IEA should be strengthened. He wants all various small things to come into a federation. We are now happy, we will be happy that Indian economy, IEA is the oldest 100-year old, but what is the strength? So we have to work hard. We have to now bring more and more research scholar as a life member, as an annual member. So the strength is more than 10,000. Life member of IEA is more than 10,000. But I am not, we want 10,000 delegates to be there in a conference, and Wales is ready to host even 10,000 delegates. We have such as infrastructure in Sambarambakam. So with these few words, once again, I thank the organizers and also higher officials of EA and the eminent persons of the dais, delegates, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving your presidential address on the topic India's development in the 21st century, drivers of economic growth and barriers to progress. I now request Dr. Devendra Avasthi sir, Executive President, Indian Economic Association. As we are running out of time, I request you to kindly take a minute, sir, please.
Thank you very much. I won't take much of your time. Respected dignitaries on the dais, respected chief guest, Professor A.D.N. Bajpayee, Professor Shanmukh Sundaram sir, Professor Mahendra sir, Professor G. Vishwanathan, Professor Chandra Mohan. A very good morning to you all. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this 108th conference. At the outset, I express my sincere gratitude to our honorable chief guest, Professor Koshik Basu, and other distinguished guests on the dais for graciously accepting the invitation and sparing valuable time to be with us today. Your presence adds great value and inspiration to this conference. I place on record my sincere appreciation to Dr. Anil Kumar Thakur, Chief Convener of the Indian Economic Association, the Executive Committee of Indian Economic Association, and my esteemed colleagues for their dedicated efforts in making this conference a reality. I warmly acknowledge and thank the leadership of VISTAS for their generous hospitality and excellent arrangements. The theme of this year's conference, Indian Economy Navigating Domestic Realities and Global Shifts, captures the spirit of our times very well. We are living in a period of rapid change. Global economic conditions are being reshaped by global political realignments, technological advances, climate concerns.
And Dr. Jyoti Murugan, and all the other dignitaries on the dais, and all the participants. So good afternoon. So I am happy to participate in the 108th Annual Conference of the Indian Economic Association, organized by VISTAS and IEA. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me to deliver this inaugural address. In fact, I have been associated with this association for a long time, and was also association president for 3 years. I was working with Dr. Anil Kumar Thakur and other office bearers during that time, of course, later also. In fact, IEA is a unique professional body as it deals broader economic development issues and policies from macro to micro level. In fact, the annual conferences of the society provide opportunities for young scholars to present research papers and interact with like eminent economists and also non-economists. So today, I'll be speaking on India's economic development, challenges and opportunities. I know I am standing between you and lunch. I'll be try to be brief. But also I will tell about the current government's approach on economic policies, particularly on growth, other aspects, manufacturing sector, and other inclusive and other things. So first I will cover the performance of Indian economy in terms of economic growth, past, present, and future. Next on also some inclusive growth and sustainability. Basically, it's an overview of opportunities and challenges and policies on India's economic development. So first on economic growth. So let us look at the history. Going back to 1700 AD, India's share in world GDP was 25% that time. China's share was 22%. Japan about 4%, Germany about 3.7%, and US was just 0.1% in 1700 AD. But it started declining after Industrial Revolution, which Dr. Koshik Basu also mentioned, Industrial Revolution, in Britain and Europe and other countries. So it declined further during the British rule, from almost India's share in the world share from 12% to 4.2% in 1950 at the time of independence. Even China's share declined that time, but US share has increased to 25% by 1950. So at the time of independence, we all know the policies were influenced by socialistic ideas. In fact, first 3 decades, we had protection policies, more state involvement, public sector dominated. Also, as mentioned, Mahalanobis model preferred heavy industry focus. So labor-intensive manufacturing, including primary education, were neglected that time since independence, were not given importance. Of course, we had some, achievements, big irrigation projects, green revolution, and higher education also, IITs and all. However, growth was low. And in the first 3 decades of independence, we had average growth of 3.5%. So by the end of 1970s, many countries, particularly in the East and Southeast Asia, including China, introduced economic reforms in the late 1970s itself. Of course, India introduced in 1991. In the last 3 decades after post-reforms, we had about 6 to 6.5% per annum. Of course, growth rate differs from, a decade to decade because we had several shocks like the financial crisis, taper tantrum in 2013, NBFC crisis, COVID in 2020. But we have overcome all these shocks, and Indian economy is resilient and continues to be the fastest growing economy. So India missed 2 chances since independence. At the time of independence, we didn't give importance to labor-intensive manufacturing and also the education. Second one is we missed almost 15 years behind the liberalization because other countries started late 70s. So some people ask me why the per capita income is low. First 3 decades, we had only per capita income growth of 1%. So now even if you grow even 9-10%, per capita income will be still we may go up, but we can't catch up with other countries like South Korea or China or other countries. China 5 times to our per capita income. So we have to grow faster in order to have more per capita income. So turning to future, everybody is talking about the Viksit Bharat, the 2047 goals. But there are several uncertainties at global level. There are several shocks, geopolitical and trade tariffs. And also there is no respect for institutions like WTO, the the lateral institutions. And even there is we should also the World Bank and IMF, those also we need to revamp and have new rules. But India is participating in G20, BRICS and all, the South-South cooperation also encouraging. But coming to domestic opportunities, the Viksit Bharat, as Dr. Rangarajan already mentioned, how to reach there. You need 7 to 8% real growth and 11 to 12% the nominal growth. In fact, states play an important role because it's a federation. So some of the chief ministers have already announced the targets for 2047. For example, Tamil Nadu said by 1 trillion economy by 2030. Similarly, UP has announced, and Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, several other states are announcing. So what are the drivers of growth? There are 2 drivers, investment and exports. Investment rate, as Dr. Rangaraj mentioned, he mentioned 33 or something, but I think 31, 32 is now the investment rate. You need to increase it to 3 to 4% higher to get 7% growth. But private sector investment is equally important. Private sector, is having a lot of profits, but they are not investing. So how do you incentivize private sector? So the government is doing a lot of reforms, including ease of doing business, several reforms it's doing. So that should probably, hopefully, but some green shoots we see now, private investment. So the next year, hopefully, it will have more. Because they meet me sometimes, the private sector. I ask them, why are you not investing? They say that uncertainty. But you are saying this for the last decade, uncertainty. So, and future also will have uncertainty. So we have to invest in, you have to be part of the growth story of India. So some people agree, and then they said they will hopefully invest more. Already we had, I think, 15 lakh crores or so in the first half of this year. Second one, exports, because no country in the world without exports has grown 7 to 8% so far. So now we had, China and others benefited from globalization, 3 decades. Now we are having, protection. So India's share in world trade is, merchandise trade is 2%, whereas China's is 12% or more. So we have to, in spite of the protection, there is a, one can increase our share to, more than maybe 5% or 6% in the next decade or so. So they're coming to the tariffs, the 50% tariffs by the US, India is following 4-fold approach. First one is helping the industries which are affected, like the garments and also gems and jewelry, labor intensive. And the second one is diversifying. Rangarajan was telling diversification takes time, but I feel it is still already happening. In fact, state governments also are taking interest. For example, Nara Lokesh, minister from Andhra Pradesh, he went to Australia to, have agreement on shrimps, because shrimps they cannot export to US because of the 50% tariffs. So their state governments also are doing some work to diversify. And FTAs also, many countries we are doing. Lastly, of course, the, continuing the dialogue with the US. That is important. It's happening. Hopefully, we'll have agreement soon. However, exports constitute only 20% of the, GDP. So 80% of Indian economy is primarily driven by domestic consumption and investment. So we can, what are the other sources of growth apart from investment and exports? Of course, the human capital, skills, all those things are important. But we have a young population with a median age of 28 years, whereas other countries are aging. So that still have 10 years advantage of demographic dividend. And increasing urbanization also, because urbanization is going to be 45% or so by 2040s or so. And then rising women's participation rates is also important, because right now we have 35 to 40% women's participation. World average is 50%. So we should increase there. That will also give. Another important source of growth is the structural transformation from agriculture to manufacturing and services. I'll spend something, few minutes on manufacturing because, most of the countries now want to produce within their country because of protection policies. So many countries are having industrial policies. In fact, as per a research paper by Danny Roderick and others, the number of industrial policy interventions globally have shot up from 56 in 2012 to 1,500 in 2022. So to cite some examples, the US launched large-scale initiatives such as CHIPS and Science Act, and the European Union is advancing the Green Deal industrial plan. China is also modifying. So everybody wants to have some industrial progress in their own countries, the protectionist tendencies. So India, of course, also has some programs like PLI and other things where mobile phones benefited from the PLI schemes. But the manufacturing, we are also thinking of some of the things, as Prime Minister was telling about Swadeshi, Atmanirbhar Bharat. It doesn't mean we are going back to 1991, pre-1991 import substitution policy. Atmanirbharata Swadeshi means that we have to produce some of the things competitively and also export some of them. So some of the things like rare earths and the semiconductors, chips, so we want to produce at least some part of the thing. Otherwise, depending on other countries for these things are, critical minerals and all. So that's the policy India is going to have. And also domestic reforms. You can see last few years, last few months, actually, India has so many reforms. GST2, the income tax reforms, and then customs also, the finance minister is talking about custom reforms. And also even RBI, the monetary policy, also the, in fact, for the banks, more flexibility in the recent monetary policies. So India is now they're calling it presently the Goldilocks period, in the sense we have higher growth of 7 points above, and then 2% or so inflation. This may continue for some time. So on manufacturing, I think as mentioned by Dr. Rangarajan and others, the labor-intensive manufacturing, of course, is one important one. And even government is giving importance to MSMEs also because that gives more exports and employment. So basically, Indian economy is resilient in spite of the tariff policies. But we have to avoid the middle income trap. The 2024 World Development Report of the World Bank says of the 101 middle income economies in 1960, only 23 had attained the developed income status. So India has to avoid this middle income trap. And now I come to the, according to the government, Viksit Bharat doesn't mean just having the per capita income of developed status, but also the inclusiveness and also pro-nature, the sustainability thing. So inclusiveness, some people have talked about inequality and other things. But in my view, how to reduce inequalities, there are two things needed. One is the employment, the quality employment, because we still have lot people in informal sector. And also we have the missing middle in industry for employment, because China and all have the workers from 200 to 500 workers, many industries. Whereas India has less than 10 workers and all, many industries. At the other side, we have large ones. So there is a missing middle that also we can improve the quality of employment. The second one, we all talked about, Dr. Viswanathan and others also mentioned the health education, because that's where the dichotomy in health education is there. We have very high super specialty hospitals, but in villages and all, we don't need the health problems are there. Similarly, education, we have best IITs and other kinds of things, but still we have learning problems in government schools and other things. So this dichotomy, I think, is we have to bridge. How to bridge? We have to develop this quality of learning, because we see the ASER reports, even 5th grade student cannot read 2nd grade or 3rd grade textbooks. So these two are important to reduce inequalities. One is quality employment, and the second is the health and education, the dichotomy. How do you do that? The tax policies and all that come, some people are talking about, taxing the rich and all, but that's another story. Now, on the sustainability, also, we have to deal with because we can't avoid the climate, risks. The climate risks are real and also can be trade-offs, sometimes sustainability and development, but we have to walk on these two legs, the growth and sustainability. Of course, third leg is inclusiveness. So another issue is the technology and employment, because the role of automation is increasing, particularly in the developed countries, AI, robotics, all these things. So there is a lot of debate on this technology and employment. In my view, net, positive employment could be there. For example, AI, we can have the back-end kind of jobs may go, but we may get, if you increase the skills, you may get more employment. So unless you improve the skills, AI can replace the jobs. So that's why the AI, now we want to have more skills people, and then the back-end kind of things can go over time. Still robotics and all is still, in India, it will take some time, but in advanced countries, it's already happening. And on sustainability, climate change, I mentioned, even MS Swaminathan, even in 1960s on sustainability, he asked the farmers not to be greedy for short-term gain. It should be, we should see the long-term gain. That's why he coined the evergreen revolution word. So similarly, the climate change also, from each sector, we have to look at where we have to intervene, and it has to be done at the district level and even below. How do you achieve the climate change, zero, by 2070, the goals of the thing. And also the lifestyle for environment is another one. Not only global kind of, cooperation, national level cooperation, but at individual level, for example, removing the plastics or, where carbon emissions individually you can do this. So we should all be responsible for this reducing the carbon emissions. And on the other fiscal federalism, lastly, states are very important in India's growth. So fiscal policies, recently Niti Aayog brought out fiscal health index. So that has given the, the debt GDP ratios and other things. So we need to have state level also, the fiscal health is important apart from central level. Because the, welfare programs are increasing, but we need welfare programs, but there should be balance between development and welfare programs. So to come to the conclusions, future of India, there are global and domestic challenges and opportunities for raising higher growth. And the inclusion is, as I said, employment should be the main one for inclusion. Indian economy is resilient because of higher growth in domestic economy. As I mentioned, in 1700 AD, we had India's share 25%. Now it is maybe 6-7% or so. But a book recently by D.K. Srivastava and others show that India can reach by 2043 25% of world GDP in PPP terms. So hopefully we'll achieve that goal. And third, in the new generation reforms, we already had GST and others. But another low-hanging fruit is ease of doing business and deregulation. I think right now the Prime Minister is having a meeting with chief secretaries in Delhi, how to achieve this ease of doing business and deregulation. There are two long-term structural problems, as I mentioned, labor-intensive manufacturing and the dichotomy in health and education, and of course the climate change aspect also. The fifth one is role of states is very important because in a vast country like India, there are large interregional variations. In fact, a British economist, John Robinson, once said, whatever you can rightly say about India, one part of India, the opposite is also true. Because if we talk about Kerala, the education, other things, some others in Bihar are differently, and northeastern, other things. So I think the regional disparities are very important. But the states like Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh will contribute more to economic growth in the future because they have more demographic advantage. For example, the share of old age population in 2036 in Kerala would be 17, and in Bihar it will be 8% old age population. So they'll have more demographic advantage in the future. And what are the reasons for India's resilience? One is, of course, macroeconomic stability, and we also have large domestic economy. Why many countries want to come to India? Because we have large domestic economy, so many countries want to come. But what we want to achieve by 2047 is not unique or unprecedented. In the history of nations, they are all achieved this. Several countries, as mentioned earlier, South Korea, Japan, Singapore, and all achieved. So to conclude, I think India's this Viksit Bharat, hopefully we can achieve with these right policies and both exports and domestic economy. And India has progressed well in the last many fronts. I mean, there are several problems, but the task is to build on the achievements and move towards a society that is not only prosperous, but also equitable and pro-nature. Thank you very much.
A very big round of applause for an extraordinary inaugural address on the Indian economy, navigating domestic realities and global shift. Definitely, sir, you have set the tone for the 3 days conference. We are going to have lots of deliberations, and we will get back to you with the report. As you are the chairman of the Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council, we are sure that all your ideas will be converted into action, sir. Thank you very much. Apologies from our side. There is only one. Before we go with the words of thanks, we have missed one of the book releases. I request Dr. Poonam Kumari, Assistant Professor of Economics, RN College, BRA University, Muzaffarpur, on the book Environmental Sustainability, Climate Change and Food Security in Indian Agriculture. Okay. Yeah, I now request Professor Ravindra Brambe, General Secretary, to deliver the words of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Narayanan, and Kallai Vanakkangala. So, respected chief guest, honored patrons, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, respected office bearer of the Indian Economic Association, eminent economists, senior academicians, researchers, delegates, students, and dear member of the IEA fraternity. It gives me immense pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility on behalf of the Indian Economic Association to extend the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this memorable inaugural session of the 108th Indian Economic Association Conference to each one of you. Your presence here today truly enrich this historic gathering and reflect your continued commitment to academic engagement and economic discourse. I express my deep and sincere gratitude to our founder, Chancellor, and the Chief Patron, Dr. Ishri K. Ganesh, for his inspiring welcome address, visionary leadership, and wholehearted support in hosting this prestigious conference at Wells Institution of Science, Technology, and Advanced Studies. I convey my profound gratitude to our chief guest, Professor S. Mahendra Dev, Sir, Chairman, Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council, for delivering and enlightening us this inaugural address and for sharing his rich experience and perspective on the Indian economy. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. C. Rangarajan, Sir, former Chairman, Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council, and former president of Indian Economic Association. Professor Koshik Basu, who is professor at Cornell University and former World Bank chief economist. Dr. G. Viswanathan, Professor Sanmukh Sundaram sir, Dr. T. Sasipriya, Vice Chancellor Vistas, Dr. Jyoti Murugan, President Vistas and President Conference, President Indian Economic Association, for their gracious presence and thoughtful insights have added immense value and dignity to this inaugural session. My sincere appreciation goes to Professor Adian Bajpayee sir, President of the Indian Economic Association, for briefing us about the association and for his continued guidance and leadership. I also thank Dr. B.P. Chandramohan sir, local organizing secretary, for his opening remark and for his tireless efforts in planning and coordinating this conference. We are particularly honored to convene this 108th annual conference at Wells University, Chennai, an institution known for its commitment to academic excellence, research, and social responsibility. I sincerely thank the leadership and the organizing team of the Wells University for expanding generous support and warm hospitality. Their cooperation and dedication have played a vital role in making this conference valuable. This conference also offers an opportunity to reflect on responsibility as economists, educators, and researchers. In today's interconnected world, our role extends beyond classrooms. Our work must contribute to inform public discourse, sound policy formulation, and inclusive development. Platforms like this, Indian Economic Association, help bridge the gap between academic, research, and real-world economic challenges. This type of conference have more role to play because we also disseminate this knowledge and this culture in society also with the help of our students. Recently in this year, Joel Markell, who received the Nobel Prize in his very famous book, Culture of Growth, so for promoting and disseminating this culture of growth in society, I think this kind of conferences play a very, very, very important role. So I place on record my gratitude to all the office bearers of the Indian Economic Association, members of the organizing and academic committees, chairperson, reporters, faculty members, and the student volunteer for their committed teamwork. I also thank to the all the delegates, scholars, researchers, and participants who have joined us from different parts of the country and abroad also. Your participation truly strengthened the academic spirit of this conference. My sincere thanks to administrative staff, technical team, media person, and all those who worked quietly behind the scene to ensure the smooth conduct of this inaugural program. As General Secretary of the Indian Economic Association, I wish to emphasize that the true strength of this association lies in the active participation of its members. Conferences like this become meaningful when scholars share their research openly, engage in healthy discussion, and learn from diverse viewpoints. I encourage all delegates to participate wholeheartedly in the session, panel discussion, and technical presentation, and to make the most of this academic platform. With these words, I once again thank everyone who contributed to the success of this inaugural session and wish the 108th annual conference of the Indian Economic Association every success. Nandari Vadakkam. Thank you. And I wish you all a meaningful and enriching conference experience and a very prosperous new year. Puttanadu Nalla Vallaka Tukkalla. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request all the members to please rise for the national anthem. Requesting all the members to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ